Hello everybody and welcome to the season finale of the Winter-VLN 2019-2020 presented by Artifact Racing, and we're here at the Nürburgring. At least we would be if we weren't having a few technical problems, so I do apologise. We're going to bring you coverage as soon as we possibly can, but right now we're just having to bide our time, wait, and hopefully we can get this all sorted before the start of the race. Just to tell you, first of all, of course, this is the final round. 5 rounds in this championship. The current standings has got Nils Lorenz in the lead of the championship with 38.88 points, with Bastian Salmon in second place, and then you have got Heikki Mertinen, Ilari Sitinen and Ismo Kaisala all on 32.79 points together. So they're all on the same points there in third place. So that's going to be interesting to see how that all pans out for them. Jens Hohmann in 6th place overall with 32.23. Nils Carstensen, should I say, again, another driver on 32.23. Oliver Ackermann and Alberto Diaz and Bernhard Gerberger round out your top 10 standings. So interested to see how this all gets on. Now, don't forget, with the VLM, with this series, the more teams that take part in the race, in each class, the more points that class scores. So that is what we have to take into account here. The point standings will be showing them very throughout the race, because that's going to be updating throughout the race here in today's broadcast. But at the moment, we're still waiting to get our little technical problems sorted, and then hopefully once that's all sorted, we can get going with the broadcast proper. And I am hoping to be able to bring you some live coverage now, so just stand by in just a few seconds. There we go then, your GT3s are on the Dottinger Hohe right now, your SP9 class, getting ready for the start of their race. Joining me in the commentary booth here today is Nolan Rempel, and Nolan, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, the full circuit is a historic layout, and one that really we can all look forward to, because it could produce some classic racing.
Oh, absolutely, Paul. It is, of course, one of the most famous tracks in all of the world, known for being one of the most difficult and, of course, the longest track in the world, over 20 kilometers long. So it is a very, very long track, and certainly it is a true test to driver skill and endurance.
So just to quickly run you through your grid in your SP9 class, it is Swiss-German Sim Racing, pole position with Team RSO, the 97 in second, FISU Endurance in third, with Tango Racing fourth, T3 Esports Alpha, TQ Engineering Blue sixth, with Ava Vivatic in seventh, Huxler Racing eighth, with Can-Am Racing ninth, and Giotto Racing rounded out the 10 SP9 class cars as they're heading through the final couple of corners, and we are going to be all set then. It's going to be 4 hours around the Nürburgring. Drivers waiting patiently for the instruction from race control. They're going now. This race is underway as they head on down in towards turn number 1. All fanning out, trying to get themselves in position here early on. RSO having to just woe up behind that Swiss-German racing car. Through turn number 1 then, into the arena section. These drivers pushing hard in the early going. They want to get themselves into a good position here, Nolan, to be able to take themselves forward throughout this race.
Oh, one of the Mercedes gone around. That's the Team RSO 97 machine that's had a spin on the exit of the arena section. It was completely self-initiated, just tried to get on the power a bit too early, so unfortunate for Nils Lawrence, who's going to have some difficulties getting back up. We've got another off. It's the 2Q Engineering Blue machine.
Yeah, we have. There's also the Tango Racing 42 are off into the gravel as well, so drama for 3 of your SP9 class early on here, so not the best of starts for these drivers out here. Really difficult circumstances, really difficult conditions for them. Your leader has pulled away 3.8 seconds already out at the front here. That's incredible from just the Grand Prix loop. That's sensational. We've got 2 of the Porsches are on pit road. The rest of your Porsche category now, the GT3 Cup cars, the SP7 class, they are starting their race now, and it's pitstops.ro Racing in the lead there for them. You've then got German Sim Racing Red WVLN in second place, Backmarker Racing Orange third with Litkivik Motorsports in fourth, Racing Society fifth. And then the 2 cars that have gone onto pit road right at the start of the race, Cobalt Gold and Team ProDrive Esport, as Can-Am Racing now are facing the wrong way in your SP9 category.
And that did take place at the Nordschleife section. That was Jean-Francois Arsenault, one of the cars that went around there in that Mercedes that looked like took a bit too much curb, got 2 tires onto the grass, and that sent the car around. Does not appear like that car hit anything, so very good job for Arsenault to keep it out of the wall. Of course, not a lot of runoff area, if at all, on the Nordschleife section of the Nürburgring, so very impressive he was able to keep it out of things and keep that car nice and clean. And a bit of work ahead of him to catch back up.
Well, looking at this now, we have got the Porsche Cayman GT4s, the SP10 category. They are starting their race now here under starters orders. Away they go then down towards turn number 1. Of course, these cars brand new to iRacing as we head on down in towards turn 1. Let's see how they get on through here. There's been issues, of course, in your GT3 category. How will these GT4s cope with these cooler conditions? Because it is quite cool out there with them running early in the morning. So the track temperature won't be there. Tango Racing, by the way, from your SP9 class, they are on pit road after those issues. And speaking of issues, Artifact Racing, they go around here.
So quite a few early spins here in this 4-hour race, and to this point we've seen just about every one of your classes except the Porsche GT3 Cup car class. Artifact Racing's Luke Putifar having a bit of a spin of his own. Very unfortunate for him. TCR is now underway as well. Yeah,
so it's Team RSO in the lead of that one, ahead of T3 Esports Gamma, with Boosted Motorsports George Simmons driving for them in third place in this TCR category. You got Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow in fourth with Kinetic Velocity, fifth with Damaged Beyond Recognition, sixth place Volcano VLN should I say, Can-Am Racing White, Wannabe SRT Silver, Artifact Slow Pony, and HCon Racing Team. They've been battling side by side, but they sort themselves out with SimSport News by iZone down there in 12th place. One of your the biggest category on the field then is your TCRs. And then finally, here we go then, Glacier Racing will be taking us to the line here in your MX-5 category. Nolan, great field selection here, and well, it's great to see what these cars could do out here on track. We've got issues for Turn Sim Tools Esports. We'll have a look at them in a moment, whilst we see the MX-5s coming along down into turn 1. Any shenanigans for these drivers here doesn't appear so far. As we go around the arena section. in towards the exit of this arena section now, and through they go. So sorting themselves out there, getting themselves into a line. Of course, it is a long race here, Nolan, and so as in fact Nolan's having a few technical problems. It's been a day of technical problems for us here before this broadcast, but we are bringing you the coverage here live on RaceSpot TV. As running wide was Glacier Racing, and that's allowed Team RS up, Rennsport and Line, to be able to come through, and now Ava Vivatic as well. They're making the moves as they head on through towards the chicane for the first time in your MX-5s. We've got a car off, a car with no bonnet. That's Team Motorsport Dreams. They've had issues here on the Nordschleife section. They're having to get out of people's ways, and I think they're going to be calling it a day there. In fact, they are. So disaster in your Caymans already. We've had a couple of cars head back to the pits. Tango Racing from your SP9 category, and then as we see SP7, the SP10 should I say, of Team Motorsport Dreams. They've headed back to the pit road. But out front in your GT3 category right now, it is Swiss-German Sim Racing, the 89 car, Fabian Harry. And this is coming in towards the end of the lap, heading towards the Dottinger Hut right now. So you can see how the field spreads out with how they start these different categories throughout the race here. Down the Dottinger Hut for them. But we'll look back at the battle here. T3 Esports Alpha, they are on the bumper of Huxley Racing using the draft. Pulls out to the left, and that's going to be a position gained. It's up to fourth now for T3 Esports Alpha as they're heading down the Dottinger Hut. And the thing is, Team RSR, they're going to be following them as well. So Team RSR up ahead of Huxley as well. So change of positions. Speaking of another Team RSR, we've got one in the wall, and it's from your Caymans, and they're having to retire now. So multiple problems. 3 cars already having to take a tour back to the pits in your Cayman class. Across the line they go then. This battle in your leading group of GT3s down in towards turn number 1. Through the right-hander, RSO trying to hang it out around the outside. Trying to keep it there as well on the T3 Sports Alpha car, but not able to make the move stick here. As we go through the exit of the arena section and heading on towards the cut-through between the two parts of the Grand Prix layout. Of course, VLN uses that cut through then on the shorter layout of the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix circuit, partly used, but also the Nordschleife as well. As we're heading down towards the chicane once again. You can make the moves down here into the chicane, but right now, I don't think there's any need to do anything drastic. You've still got 3 hours, 51 minutes remaining of this race. As, oh, there's a dive down the inside. T3 Esports Alpha. Great little move as they're heading on to the Nordschleife there, which means that Ava Vivatic moved down a place, down to 4th place. So T3 Esports Alpha able to go through, and that's given them the position there as they're going down the hill once again. We have got our first penalty of the race as well. We'll bring that up on screen right about now. Penalty, attempted dive bomb resulted in contact for the 444. Give the position back. The 444 is Falcon Motorsport Friends down in your SP10 category. And so they have been had the penalty awarded to them there. Cobalt Gold has headed onto pit road again for another pit stop. This is a 222, but this will be for a penalty they had to serve. Backmarker Racing Orange are dropping down my timing screen as well. Don't forget, timing is available on racebot.tv/timing. I believe that's the link for live timing for today. And away goes the 222 then. So serving their penalty, they incorrectly registered for this race. So they are out and away. Got battles throughout the field. The GT3s, we're not going to look away too much from them, but there's battling also in your Caymans, in your SP10s. Down the Dottinger Her, the Team 437 in third place, right behind the Ava Vivatic Dirk car as they go through the final chicane. The Craig Setup Shop liveried car in third place, going across the line to finish their first lap, get a lap under their belts. Team RSO, by the way, in the lead of your Audis, the TCR class, but look at the battle for third place. 4 cars in this one. Boosted Motorsport VLN up into second place here. George Simmons with the roundels on there. Across the line, there's 5 cars involved in this battle in your TCR category. And the thing is, in TCR, you will be, you will just get action all the way through. Down in towards turn number 1, Kinetic having a look. So too, Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow behind them as well. So TCR is going to be having a close battle all the way through this race. You'll also have close battling in your MX-5s as well, in your SP3 category, as they go through the arena section, heading towards the cut through right now. And they're just going to settle themselves down. They've got all these drivers, they've got to remember, don't forget, that this is a 4-hour race here. There's no point trying anything drastic or causing yourself some serious damage at this point of the race. Take your time, get yourself settled into the race, and keep pushing through. As they head on down towards the chicane once again. Through the chicane, left and then right, and then head on to the Nordschleife through this left-hander here. So your TCRs, they're all close together. Speaking of close together, your MX-5s, they're all pretty much together here. 6 cars there in a line down the Dottinger Her. They'll be on the limiter, using the draft here, trying to get every single little kilometre of an hour out of these cars. Down in towards the chicane at the end of the lap here. These MX-5s always give us really good racing here at the Nordschleife and around the Nürburgring in total. We have got an issue. Full Send Racing, they are around now. Facing the wrong way as well. And they've got the TCRs coming through. Oh, be careful of the rejoin! Big crash! In with your TCRs! Oh no, what on earth happened there? What are you going to... Why do you rejoin right in front of other cars there? I'm sorry, that is poor. We'll have to move on from that. But that's ruined the... excuse me, that's ruined the TCR battle in that. So we'll cut back. Let's have a look at your MX-5s. It's a 4-hour race, everybody. It's a 4-hour race. You do not rejoin across perpendicular to the track in front of other cars that are going at high velocity through that section of the track. That is just... I'll move on before I say anything that wouldn't be savoury on the broadcast. Your MX-5s are still together there through the chicane. So your MX-5s all together. We've got battling in your GT3s. Team RSR and T3 Sports Alpha. They are battling it out for third place in your SP9 category as they go through. Cut through them. So it's Team RSL up to third place now. T3 Sports Alpha fourth place now overall in your race as they are heading through into the chicane once again. These drivers, they'll be pushing as hard as they can throughout this race. We've got another battle as well in your GT3s. So this one is between TQ Engineering Blue, Huxley Racing and Ava Vivatic, with Yuri Jörg behind the wheel as they head on down onto the Nordschleife. The sun is rising here at the Nürburgring. This race will get lighter and lighter, and also the action will get hotter and hotter, as well as the track conditions as well as they go through this first section now. Important to get your lines right through there. Don't clip too much curbs over some of the curbs. Some of these curbs will kick and they will bite you in the backside if you're not careful. Up over the rise. You get air there if you're not careful. Through the double apex right-hander, and now just flat out all the way. This section, one of the highest speed sections of the Nottingham. Little dab of brakes early on in the race whilst the car is heavy. You can see how much the steering wheel is having to have input put into it through that left-hander. And now down the hill. Ooh, getting his gears wrong there. That just lost them a little bit of time as they head on down the hill. So that is the opening salvos of this race here so far. Plenty of action through the field, not all of it what we want to see, but still plenty of action out on track. Your MX-5s then, your SP3 category. These guys battling it out for the lead. 3 drivers. Surprise, surprise. Full Send Racing are under investigation for an unsafe rejoin. Can't imagine why. So through the right-hander they go up the hill, and these 3 cars all together, working together with the slipstream, trying to make this one work and trying to pull away from the rest of the field here behind. Team RSO onto the Dottinger. They are ahead of Turn Racing Sim Tools Esports, and that car is in the SP10 category, the Cayman category. So the TCR leader there in the lead. Second place is Kinetic Racing Velocity. They're heading down the Dottinger Hut, and they've got Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow right behind them. Kinetic Racing with that distinctive livery. Both cars pretty much on the limiter. Bouncing about, moving about these cars. So much fun to drive these TCR cars through this amazing circuit. Across the line then they will go. So this is second and third place in your TCR category. Across the line. Last lap 52.7 for Kinetic, a 52.70, so they're both within a couple of hundredths of each other, and I have a funny feeling that Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow, they're just wanting to stick behind for the time being, get a little bit of fuel saving done here to make their pit stop quicker when it comes to it as they go through the arena section. We've not had a look at your SP7s for a little while, so let's just give you a little bit of an update for them. Pitstops.ro Racing, they are currently leading that category ahead of German Sim Racing Red. Backmarker Racing Orange, they are in third place in this SP7 category, and the thing is, they've all pretty much spread out in this category. There's not been much going on with these cars and with this class. They've all just separated out that little bit. Same with the Caymans. Oh, Team RSO, they are up against the wall here in your GT3s. Oh, careful with your rejoin now. Look. Oh, and he can't get it spun round, having to wait. Should have a bit of a gap. Oh, into the wall again, but able to get going. So through they go again. There are 5 classes in this race here. 49 cars started this event. We've currently got, out there circulating at the moment, we've currently got 45 of those cars. So there are 4 cars currently either fully retired or in the pits getting repairs done. Tango Racing, the 42, they are back up and running. They're 10th in class, but they are 30th overall after spending 11 minutes getting repairs done to their car. So they are trying to work their way through past the TCR categories. You can see the TCR is actually getting air there. As through they go, through the right-hander at the start of the Nordschleife lap. Round the corner we go. And hopefully, fingers crossed, it's time once again to say hello, Neil and Rempel.
Hello again, Paul. Do apologize for the pretty substantial issues. We think, though, everything should be sorted now.
Well, I'm glad you're back with me because we're in time to see the MX-5s going side by side towards the end of the Dottinger. Oh, getting a little bit of a squeeze there between Glacier Racing and Team RSO, but they're keeping themselves out of trouble because here comes the GT3s in your SP9 category working their way through the MX-5s for the first time.
4-car train for first place, not entirely unheard of. We got one of those GT3s, Niels Lorenz for Team RSO, actually ducking down into the pits. That was 5th place in that SP9 class, Paul. So seems like RSO, that 97 machine, not having the day they wanted to have. Of course, a few issues early on, but gotta keep eyes on this top 4 battle in that Miata class. And so far, they've been having a pretty good scrap at it.
Yeah, they're always good entertainment, are the Mazda MX-5s, and give us great racing, but you also see great racing in your TCR category as well. They're all pretty close together. I mean, basically, from second back, you've got the best part of about 8 or 9 seconds covering second to 8th. So your TCR category, they're all pretty close out there on track as well.
Now that's the nature of TCRs. They can just drive and race so well, and especially at a track like this, that's something you definitely like to see. It is interesting though, because you would think that down that long straightaway down the Nordschleife, I'm 90% sure that I completely butchered that name. So my German is a little bit rusty right now. You know, you'd think that'd be the best passing zone, but it really isn't, because you've got the rev limiter on those touring cars, and even at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, even at that track, they're still bouncing off the rev limiter before they even reach turn 1 down the pit straight. So oftentimes they're running the same speed, so they just don't have the speed to catch each other. So you really see a lot of the overtaking going on in some of the tighter sections of the racetrack.
Yeah, you certainly do, but you can use that draft to get a little bit of fuel saving done, because of course with this being a 4-hour race, it's all about getting your strategy right and getting things to work out for you in terms of fueling and getting the jumper positions at the pit stops.
Oh, absolutely. You need to make sure that you can get those pit stops as key as you can, because even long races like this one, they can come down to just fractions of seconds of each other. Every second counts, whether you'll like it or not, and that can never be more true for classes that tend to run close together like your MX-5s or your touring cars.
Certainly do. Speaking of running close together in your touring cars, look at this queue of cars. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th has just dropped back that little bit, but they're all close together as they head in towards the carousel. Once again, into that depression, that banked section. You've really got to hook the car in there, because if you don't, the car just wants to understeer all the way over the top then. And through they go once again, and that's a rather distinct delivery on the Hitchcock Racing team. Taking full effect of the spec maps that are available to the teams this last couple of builds. So yeah, we're getting some really good paints and liveries coming out there on iRacing. Great to see. By the way, Race Control have deemed that the car 479 that caused a massive accident, the initial incident that they had, that they were investigating, was for a dive bomb on the 497. They decided that the 479 had missed their braking point and forced the 497 into the wall, but then also decided there was a penalty for the 479 for an unsafe rejoin across the track for 2 different unsafe rejoins. So it just goes to show that you've got live stewarding in this race. Unfortunately, they can't apply any penalties in this race here, so I would imagine they're going to have to apply something post-race in the championship.
You'd have to think so. I mean, it's kind of hard to apply a penalty to a driver that is no longer at the racetrack. So it's a tricky thing, really, for the stewards to figure out, and you can only imagine that it's going to have to come down to some kind of, you know, points infraction post-race. It's definitely not what you want to see, but, you know, when race control needs to be at fault, you know, their word is the final say.
Speaking of one of those cars that was involved in that accident, the Boosted Mudsport VLN car, John Roberts has jumped behind the wheel of that one. They're back up and running again, and they are down in 12th place in class, so last of their class in the TCRs, 43rd overall. We've got a bit of close action with your SP10 category. That's your Porsche Cayman GT4s. That's the battle for first and second. PCDC Motorsports Red and Ava Vivatic, they're battling it out for your late race lead in that category now.
Indeed they are. So some of the battles heating up in those brand new GT4s, and what I want to turn our eyes back to is that touring car battle, because that has closed in exponentially. They're down that long straight, and they are bump drafting over there, or they were for just a second. The Volcano VLN white machine currently ducking around the Can-Am Racing white machine. He and H-Con Racing, they were bump drafted down the straightaway, getting that extra shove. That pass is going to be completed safe and sound, and Michael G. Garcia hard on the brakes as he throttles their way through these final few corners. It was a definite clean overtake. I have never, ever seen touring cars bump drafting before, both IRL and in Sim, Paul. So I think at this point, it's getting to the point where, you know, you're seeing everything.
You've obviously never watched one of my races, that's for sure, because we both draft a lot. But anyways, they head on down into turn number 1. The sun is rising here, and the natural light is starting to take effect in this race. But these 5 cars all together in your TCR category, and it's really a case of where do you look. We'll look back to the Cayman battle in just a few moments time, because once these guys get onto the Nordschleife, that's really going to be where they just sort of settle each other down, get into a groove before their next overtaking opportunities come around. But on this Grand Prix circuit, there is opportunities out there. Into this hairpin is one of them. There's cut through between the 2 parts of the Grand Prix circuit. And onto the left-hander, onto the Dottinger is another place where you can make those overtakes here in this track.
Oh, absolutely. You know, passing opportunities when it comes to the Nordschleife section of the circuit, they are so few and far between, because the track is just so twisty, with most turns not having a straight in between them. You know, every turn tends to feed directly into another. It is so incredibly hard to pass there. You really need to get it done, like you said, on the Dottinger and in the GP circuit, because there really just is no good place to do it overall, because even on a lot of the straightaways of the higher speed corners, oftentimes they are very one line, so it's very hard to get your nose in there and not be forced to back out right away.
So that is the Volcano VLN white car in the lead of this group, with Can-Am Racing white and H-Con Racing team that we're on board with. Artifact Slow Pony in 7th, with SimSport News in 8th place. New fastest lap, by the way, in your overall standings. That is a 7 minutes 56.522 lap from your Swiss-German sim racing team. So the leader is just pulling away 10 seconds now in the lead of this race. Your Caymans, by the way, in your SP10 category, they have separated out a little bit, so we won't have a look at them for the time being. I do want to go back to the MX-5s here, because the front 3 are still running together here as they're heading towards, I believe this is towards the end of the lap, towards the small carousel. No, is it? No, yes, it will be. The kleiner carousel will be the next corner here. There we go, through. Good grief, I actually recognise parts of this track as they go through there and towards the right-hander, taking them onto the Dottinger. And this will be, Nolan, where you see Glacier Racing maybe get up to the back of the car in front, but then just hang back and let the draft take effect and saves a little bit of fuel.
So that gap hanging at about half a second right now, and down the very long straightaway, we'll see that gap definitely start to close on in. You can see already it's decreasing to below 4/10. It's going to be about a quarter of a second now. Under 3/10 now. There it is, under a quarter of a second. Will he go to make that look coming into the final corners of the racetrack? And oftentimes those final corners can be some of the trickiest, just because of how much speed you're carrying when you go into them. Not so much of these MX-5s, but definitely for some of the other cars like the GT3s and the GT4s. But it can be difficult for anybody when you are side by side and completely nose to tail. Making a little bit of a look to the right side there, but does not look that they're going to try to make anything work into these final few corners.
Well, some of your TCRs are actually catching up to that MX-5 battle. I believe, is that going to be the boosted car? It is. John Roberts, then, he's working his way through the field here. There's one of your Porsches from the SP7 category. They're making their way through. That's the 1-2-1. They're in second place, so now your Porsche field is working their way through the MX-5s. But I think here we're in the situation of where these 3 cars are just all wanting to work together, try and save themselves some fuel behind the leader, and do the switch in the pit stops.
Now, sometimes, you know, you need to make sure that you got oftentimes drivers will classify or teams will classify them as, you know, you got your gold drivers and you got your bronze drivers. The gold drivers are the drivers that you might want to have in the car for some of the longer runs later on in the race when you're more into the midpoint, because they're the ones that can put the power down, keep the consistent laps down, and make up the pace, and overall they can kind of get you the gap. Alternatively, you can also have them set in earlier in the race and then at the end of the race, so you can get that gap built up, kind of have the gap reel back in, and then immediately go back out. Touring car battle is on once again. Canada racing white, looking around the left side of the Volcano VLN white in one of the faster parts of the Nordschleife circuit. Oh, there's barely any room for both of them on the track side by side, and it looks like Garcia might be forced to bow out here. Little dab of a brakes as they find one of those other left-hand kinks now coming up to the carousel in just a few corners time.
You've got to really got to have the cooperation of the other car that you're making the move on there to make that move work, because you could quite often get a stubborn driver saying, "Oh, I'm going to keep it side by side," and before you know it, you're both in the wall there. So yeah, really good cooperation between the two drivers to work that one together, because they realise there's no point getting involved in any silly shenanigans at this point of the race. Still got 3 hours 24 minutes to go in this one, so plenty of time remaining in this race so far. In fact, why don't we give you a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion then. We're on board with the Volcano VLN white car. Mikel Garcia is your driver. So there we go then, a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion then with the Volcano VLN white car as they head on towards the end of the lap here in this race. As you can see, plenty of cars running together in your TCR category. German Sim Racing red, by the way, on pit road. They have been for 2 minutes here, Nolan. So the 125 has had issues early on, and tell you what, the SP7 category, the Porsche Cup cars, they've been having a hard time of it. There's only 6 cars still actually running out there on track from the 7 that started.
indeed. So, very few of your actual Porsche Cup cars still on the circuit, and not really any of them are really running in close succession right now. A lot of them have been having, their own little issues. There is absolutely no battling going on in that class. So, everybody's been having different issues, and it's really a shame to see. Those cars are, they are pretty darn fun to see, but in the other Porsche class, your GT4s, that battle is still heating up a bit, bouncing over the curves once again and over this very bumpy circuit. Battle for first place in that class starting to close in again.
So then, as we go through them, up over the rise, through the left-hander, tricky part of the circuit, onto the brakes, downhill braking. It's really tricky down there with that squirrely braking going on. We've had a new fastest lap, by the way, once again Fabian Hari in the Swiss-German sim racing car. They did a 7-minute 55.688 second pit stop, lap time should I say, as these two still battling it out for the lead in your SP10 category in the Porsche Cayman GT4. As they come out that corner, a little bit of a gap between these two and the rest of the field. 6 seconds back to the PC DC Motorsports red car. Then there's 22.5 seconds back from that car to the Artifact Racing car in 4th. And they are actually having a pretty close battle with the T3 Esports Beta car there. I want to look forward though, because your battle for second place in GT3 has had a swap of positions then. T3 Esports Alpha with Jens Hermann moving ahead of the FISA Endurance car in your SP9 category.
So two of the Audis having a go at it, and it looks like that overtake took place in the GP section of the racing circuit. We're not surprised it was into one of the heavier braking zones, likely down into turn number 1. So it just goes to show that even though the drivers from each other in class, they are a bit more split up, you sometimes get these couple drivers in their classes which can still stay nice and close and have some good battles. It does look though like that gap is beginning to separate out just a little bit, so looks like that third place Audi does seem to have a little bit more pace than Marinsky.
Yeah, I know, Marinsky trying the best to stay in the draft here of the car in front as they're heading on down once again through the left-hander. On the brakes, you see that change in the track surface. That's usually a good brake marker where you need to get on those anchors. The sun coming through, you can just see it come through there, blinding the drivers as they're heading down this hill. That's a real issue for these drivers to compete with, and it's something that we've not really talked about, is the conditions of this race. We'll bring them up on screen right about now for you. So there we go. Air temperature 23 degrees Celsius, track temperature 23 degrees Celsius, clear skies though, so as we get later and later into this race, that track temperature you'll see ramp up.
And look at the winds, it was winds gusted at about 14 miles an hour, 22 kilometers an hour, so some decent wind speeds going down here as well. So that battle continues to stay in line. That battle for your lead of the GT4 class, it is still nice and tight. Greven still trying to close in that gap to Fetterman. They got a bit closer through the carousel, but unfortunately Greven got a little bit twitchy on the exit and lost out by about 1/10 of a second. And you can see the headlights on those cars are now off, so that goes to show you we are now in the part of the race where daylight will start to reign when it comes to track lighting.
Oh, please don't talk about rain around this track.
Oh, yes.
That certainly is something that we will look forward to some point in the future. Please, iRacing, please bring rain. That would be that would be great to see suddenly a thunderstorm hit this track around one part of the circuit, and yet it not be raining around the rest of the track. So it'd be interesting to see how that pans out in the future with their implementation, if it does come. They have said that they're working on it, to be fair, but I think we're going to be quite a while before we see that. The battle for 6th and 7th in your SP9 category, that's got pretty close. Team RSO on a recovery drive here after spending some time in a wall. They're now trying to get past Johto Racing and Joachim Sieberling behind the wheel. I'm trying my best with my German pronunciations. I do apologise to everyone. As well, just lets them go by. Realised that the RSO car was the faster car. Oh dear, the 222 is not having a good day at all. They're around in the Grand Prix section. Ooh, careful with that rejoin. Luckily there was a gap there. But having a little pirouette then for the Cabot Gold car, who is currently 52 seconds behind the 4th place car.
I think it is more than likely that that spin was one of those incidents where you got on the power a little too eagerly off of the corner and maybe clicked the grass, and that sent the car around. More than likely, that is what happened to Jaean. It's a very easy thing to do in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. They got a lot. They got a pretty decent amount of horsepower, and they are very hard cars to drive. Certainly not easy by any stretch of the means. Battle for first place in the Miata class seems to be heating up as well here, though.
Well, that's it. Ava Vivatic, they're in the lead at the moment still. Glacier Racing in 2nd place with Team RSO in 3rd place. They've managed to get themselves away from Artifact Racing with 341 in 4th place. So able to pull away then for them. We have got some good news. Oh, we did have some good news until they stopped again. The Team RSO 497, I did notice that they had finished their pit service and were starting running again, but have now stopped again, and I think they are taking a tour back. In fact, they have taken a tour back to the pits. The 404 as well has taken a tour back to the pits, so not some good going in that class then in your that would be your SP10 category. As still that battle for the lead of SP10 is ongoing between Eva Vivatic and Team 437. So they're still battling away, so this is not going to end anytime soon.
Absolutely, it will not. So the GT4s definitely seems to be one of the classes to watch, at least in this battle for the lead. These are two drivers that have not really managed to break away from each other all race long, and you know, we are going to get closer and closer to that first pit window here with every passing second. So it makes you wonder, will that battle stay close in the pit sequence, or do you think we might be starting to see things start to divvy up a little bit more as we continue to run through and pit strategies start to take place?
Well, here's an interesting thing for people to consider with this car. This only got released on Tuesday, so these drivers are basically learning as they are going along here, and so this is a whole new experience. They won't have been able to polish their setups. There's a little look from Tim down the inside, not going to happen this time, but they haven't been able to polish their setups with this car, so there's a little bit of learning as they go along, and this is the first time we've seen on one of our broadcasts this car in an endurance environment like this, as in fact your leaders are on pit road.
So overall race leader down to pit road as the first pit stops begin to take place. So that is Fabian Marie for the Swiss German sim racing machine who's going to be down to the pit road in that number 89. Got one of the other Audis down right behind them into the lane. That gap, though, in that GT4 field, hovering at about a third of a second right now, so it is closer than ever.
Yeah, these drivers, as they come up over the rise and through the right-hander, using the speed now as they head on through.
And the slipstream could just be...
It's looking like the slipstream is quite effective on this car, considering that there's actually not that much aerodynamic downforce on this car.
Sometimes that's what you need to. These are cars that seem to be very reliant, on that drag to be able to do a whole lot, because they don't have a lot of that front end or rear end downforce. The wings on the backs of those cars, not the biggest wings in the world, certainly not as big as the Porsche GT3 Cup cars that we've been seeing. Those are cars that seem to be able to get on the brakes and on the throttle a lot more easier, race leader comes out of pit road down in 6th place. So about a minute and a half spent in total down on the lane. So your number 89 machine going to be out and away, 6th place in the GT3 class. I wonder, though, where will they cycle through when somebody else is taking their pit stops? Because I wouldn't surprise me if they went back to the lead.
Yeah, I'm going to say they had a nice, comfortable lead in that category in your SP9s. We're going back to this SP10 battle for the lead because this is all getting pretty close here between these two. I don't think it'll get too heated. Tim Graven, we've seen many a time in the past. Oh, the lights are flashing. They're wanting that MX-5 out the way. Is your race leader in your SP10s. But, you know, we've seen Tim Graven in the past in endurance championships. He won't do something silly. He's got plenty of experience, and he will give it put the pressure on, that's for sure. As getting the better run, getting the better line out the corner there. How will they do? It's not really the room to make the move to the inside. Gets up on the curb. That unsettled the car there, Nolan. He just had to get out of it, did Tim?
Oh, yeah. So that almost ended in disaster. Of course, with the curves being a bit of on an angle just about everywhere on the track, very easy to unsettle a car, especially one like these. No, that was a very good job, though, on Graven to read that situation and keep that car under control. Did lose a significant bunch of time, though. Lost probably a good half a second, I want to say, to Fetterman up ahead. So, now, unfortunate for Graven. If he did want to make a move, well, he's going to have to put that power down, get the pace back up, and try again a different day.
We'll look towards your SP3 category. Your Mazda MX-5 leaders, they're still covered by a second between the three of them, as they head on up and through. Team RSO at the back of that group. They've got the box seat really, because they're getting the double draft down the straights here. That'll be really helping their fuel consumption. And of course, we talk about cars with very little downforce. Well, these have no aerodynamic downforce to these cars.
Oh, absolutely. So low-powered cars, and these are, if anything, these are the cars that rely on the slipstream the most of the race because, you know, without them, unless one of those drivers up front makes a pretty big mistake, it's going to be hard to reel them back in. And you see there is a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car just behind them that is going to be wanting to find his way through here pretty soon. It is a battle for three, though, that the Team ProDrive Esports VLN machine is going to have to find his way through.
Yeah, you've got to be patient when you're lapping cars around this part of the track, and we'll just have to separate them just for the time being as I go through towards the Kleiner carousel, the small carousel. Oh, looking to the inside to get past that Glacier racing car, and that's worked out pretty well for that ProDrive car as they head on through towards the Dottinger Hope. So they've been able to get clear of your leading cars, and the leading cars in your SP3 have not been split up that much, although the leader has pulled away about 3/4 of a second, although I would imagine that will get reeled in down the Dottinger Hope.
Keep eyes on Patrick Lenko for the Team RSL machine. Will he be able to make anything work on Glacier pacing coming down this very long straightaway? Looks like he's easing off, though. He had a bit of a run, but looks like he's trying to just sit back in line, maybe trying to help reel in that gap to first place. That gap is definitely going to be completely closed in before they get to the end of the straightaway. Now the question is, will Hagner try to make the move? A Ferrari ducks around the right side, and no. Glacier Pacey also going to elect to stay right in behind in the draft, wanting to save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do all time along now. Interested to see, where is our leader? He was in second place at the start of the lap, of course, because of pit stops happening for the Swiss-German sim racing car. FISA Endurance, the last lap was an 8-minute 1, so they got caught up in traffic, and that is not what they needed. They'll be needing an absolutely white-hot lap here to be able to try and get a jump on the Swiss-German sim racing car, which, by the way, is actually battling for 5th place. So your race leader, even though they've been into the pits, is embroiled in a battle, although we saw with that Giotto racing car. They moved out of the way for Team RSO. Will they do the same for this one?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. That Audi is not looking the prettiest. It's got some damage on that front end. I think that's why he let that fight go so easily. We're not surprised that the same thing happened here when they got the chance to do so. You know, it doesn't take a lot of damage to make these cars, that much harder to drive around a track like this. And I think Jodo Racing, they recognize that. They're trying to avoid being caught up in unnecessary battles. Doesn't look like they're really wanting to let Fabian Harre through for that Swiss German sim racing machine there, keeping them right behind them for now. We're going to have to wait and see how this will play out. Of course, like we said, not a lot of very good passing opportunities. You can see, especially in this final sector of the lap, a lot of the corners just feeding one into the other. Very one-line section of the track here. And it actually almost looked there like Silverring went a little bit defensive to me.
Well, this is what FISO Engineering, FISO Endurance, should I say, need right now, is for that Johto car to hold them up. Are they going to make the move to the inside? Yes, they are. And that's allowed them through to Swiss German Sim Racing are up to 5th place overall here, as well as in your SP9 category. But he'll be absolutely spitting feathers at being held up there, will Fabian Harre. And that will have cost them some important time. Speaking of time, it's time for pit stops. Now, the cars that have gone that little bit longer. Now, the question is, has Marinsky been fuel saving all this time just to get this extra lap out of them to give themselves a better chance towards the end of the race with a potential shorter final pit stop?
Well, we'll have to see how this will play out. So your race leader down to the lane. We'll have to wait and see just where he will come out. Pulls right into the box. It is a clean entry. No sliding of that box just yet. So the seconds continue to tick away. And with every second that passes, that Audi that was your former race leader is getting closer and closer. So he's going to have to really start looking through those mirrors and try to find that way through. It's going to be a bit of an intense one. Down the Dong Ho is Fabian Harre right now, coming up on a little bit of traffic. He's going to have a touring car right ahead of him that he might encounter through that final few corners of the lap. So we'll have to wait and see here. It's going to take just a few more seconds, and then we'll see if Harre will be able to retake that lead, or if maybe getting held up was a bit too much.
I think he'll have had enough of a gap to be able to get ahead. No, FISO are out already. So they've obviously gone for a little bit of a different tactic, or maybe there was a penalty for Swiss German Racing which kept them in for the 1.5 minutes. Wow, FISO Endurance then come out in 2nd place because they're behind the Team RSO car, which of course is off strategy because of their damage that they got early on in this race and having to pit for that damage to be repaired. So at the moment, Team RSO are your leaders in this race, but right now they're out of cycle. They're on lap 5 of their current stint after making an early pit stop, whereas your 2nd place team, FISO Endurance, they are on their 1st lap out of the pits.
I think that gap is going to close in pretty quickly because you got to remember, like you said, RSO, they are off strategy. And you got that Audi that is on fresh rubber, and he's looking to put that power down. The gap is hovering about 1.4 seconds right now. Getting held up a little bit from this touring car field that he's going to have to try to work his way through. But once he is secured, which is going to just barely get as they enter the Nordschleife, we're going to be able to see here just what he'll be able to make. That gap did increase to about 2.2 seconds because of that touring car field, though, getting a bit offline, trying to work his way through.
Don't forget that there is live timing available. Racebot.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. If we're not looking at your favourite team, then you can have a look on there at the timing to see what is going on with your favourite team. That lead battle in your SP10 category, that is still ongoing, although they've been split up a little bit with some traffic in your SP7 category. The race leading SP7 car is onto pit road now. That's the pit stops at .ro Racing. So they're making their first pit stop here in this race. So we'll see how this all pans out in this one with these pit stops now. As backmarker Racing Orange, they're onto pit road as well in your SP7 category, as Litkivik Motorsports as well, third place, they are onto pit road. So it's time for your SP7 pit stops here.
So the 911 GT3 Cup cars coming down to the lane. Fourth place is still down the Donington, and it doesn't look like Zacko will be trying to go. If he does go into the pits, he's definitely not going to be able to take the lead, but he's not going to take the lead regardless because the 128 machine is already off and away off of the pit lane, coming up to just 1 hour. 1 hour into the race, 3 hours left to go. So already 1/4 of the way through this race, it certainly seems to have been flying by.
It's been great racing so far. Kinetic Racing Velocity and Torn Racing Sim Tools Yellow, they're still pretty close together in your TCR category. They are battling it out with your RSO, Team RSO leader, going to come and put a lap on them right about now. As I may have got the address wrong for that. No, it's racebot.tv/live. Racebot.tv/live for live timing and scoring. I do apologise for giving you the wrong address there. That should come up in your chat right about now. And so we've got battling then with your TCR category, as we were mentioning there, with RSO making their way through, as well as the FISU Endurance car. Now, the FISU Endurance car will be heavier than the Team RSO car, don't forget, Nolan, because of their offset pit stops. And that means that they will be struggling in terms of getting up to speed and slow the car down at this point of the race, whilst they sort out those pit stop cycles. So I would say that FISU have got a good shout of leading this race once Team RSO get into and out the pits, but we got word that they didn't actually take tyres, did FISU. So interesting choice of strategy there around such a long track.
Might be trying to try out a double stint, see how well that works in a longer run. It doesn't seem to like it's working out the best for them. I'm not sure if RSO took tires in their stop, but they've pulled over 2 seconds now since the last time they pitted. Battle for second is on in your touring cars right now, with the Jeffrey M. Arno trying to reel in Matthias Magnussen, but it hasn't been the best run then for FISU Endurance straight out of the pits, and whether that be a combination of the tires and the fact that their car is going to be heavier, or just the fact that the car is heavier, well, that's anybody's guess at this point.
Yeah, keep an eye on this TCR battle. We'll also keep an eye on the MX-5 battle in your SP3 category, because they are pretty close together as well for your race lead. But they've been pretty much staying as they are as they head on down the Dottinger, as we've got some of your Caymans as well having a little bit of a scrap here in your SP10 category. So the Caymans, they're all battling. This is for your lead as well in your Cayman class, and they're battling it out. Ava Vatic currently in the lead, but PCDC, they were in third. They're moving through into the lead, but the draft is still coming to an effect here down the Dottinger here. What they're going to do underneath the Bilstein Bridge, once again onto the brakes they will go. Tricky section of the track. They're so easy to lose control of the car, but they make it all through, and they're going to carry on here. Are any of them going to head onto pit road? No, they're not. They're going another lap. So these Caymans in your SP10 category, pretty frugal with the old fuel.
Lap number 9 now for the PCDC Motorsports Red Machine, with second and third right behind. That was a beautiful overtake from Denzler down the Donington. Got that slipstream, and he figured, all right, I'm done sitting in the wings. I'm going to go to the lead now, and I'll take that nice and simple. Thank you very much. That's the beauty of that very long straightaway. It is very easy to make overtakes if you got a good run. That's exactly what Denzler got. He's going to have to try to maybe build the gap, though, to make sure that he doesn't get caught in the same slipstream from Fenderman and Griven when they come around on the next time by.
Through the hairpin they go once again. It's a nasty depression in the road right through there. And they'll go through the left into the right onto the back straight. Running wide there was over Vavatic and Dirk Federman. So not the best line through that section of the Grand Prix loop, but they won't appear to come under any pressure as they're heading on down into the chicane. So they're all pretty much sorted for the time being. We're going to keep an eye on them though, because they're pretty close together and they are battling, whereas the MX-5s, they've been staying as they are, and it's still the same order for your MX-5 lead as well. We saw these three pass those MX-5 leaders, and well, they have been giving us a good show as we head on through. Team RSO in your TCR category, they're onto pit road now, so it's time for your TCR pit strategy to commence.
And up on the jack, so it looks like it's going to be a driver swap as well for that touring car RSO machine. So down into the lane, so with a couple of other touring cars coming down as well. I think that it's the Kinetic Racing Velocity machine that's going to be coming down right behind them. Matthias Magnussen still up on the jacks. Will they be going for a driver swap? That's going to be the question of the day. It doesn't look like they will be, though.
So basically, with the TCR, because it takes so long to fuel this car, you might as well take your tyres at the same time, and that's what pretty much every team does here. And those front tyres will have taken a beating. The rear tyres won't need to be changed, but with this car, it gives you a better balance if you do change those rear tyres at the same time as well, just to give you that feeling that you've known throughout the race. Team RSO, there they go, pulling out from their pit stall in the lead, and they'll come out the pit road, look in the mirrors and see that there's absolutely nobody behind. That is absolutely brilliant for them as they pull out. Now the battle out of pit road, Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow and Kinetic Racing Velocity. I think they've actually changed position on pit road here, because yes, Kinetic were 1.3 seconds slower in pit stall compared to the Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow car. So that's jumped them up in second place.
And that was just enough to allow that Turn Sim Racing Tools Yellow machine up into second place in the TCR class. So it just goes to show you that every second can matter, because as a result of that, Magnussen lost that spot in the pit stop cycle. So, going back to the point earlier that where every second can matter, especially in the pit stop cycles, well, we're seeing that in full force here. Just a 1.3 second difference, and it's caused a loss of position for another driver that was also in the pits. They've come out nose to tail, and no doubt Magnussen might be looking to get that spot back quick.
Yeah, he certainly will look to try and recover that position. So far in your TCR category, 18 seconds between first and second place. We'll get them up on screen there. Look at that. Oh, was running wide was Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow. That's going to give Kinetic the perfect opportunity to get a run on them into the chicane. What can they do here? Well, they're going to hang back and not make a move here. But if they're able to stay this close going into the left-hander here, they can maybe make a dart for it down the inside. No, they've decided to stay behind for the time being, and that allows Turn Racing to stay in front for the time being. So those TCR cars, they're settling each other down as we've got side-by-side Volcano and Damage Beyond Recognition both battling out into the chicane. And Damage Beyond Recognition moving ahead of that Volcano car. The Volcano car, which we saw battling earlier on for one of your podium spots.
Oh, but Damage Beyond Recognition has run it really wide through that left-hander into the Nordschleife and had to actually hit the brakes to avoid going into the wall. So that allowed the Volcano-VLN white machine to just take that spot right back. And again, the pressure got to him. He tried to go for that move and then drove it a bit too deep, trying to extend that gap out. Now Garcia's going to have to try to let this Audi through behind them. That's Jodo Racing that's right behind them, and it seems like that Audi having some difficulties trying to find a way through.
Well, that the TCR car will be on cold tyres as they're discovering. They've just taken some really hot, sticky tyres off of the car. And the cold tyres, it takes a while for them to get them to pressure and temperatures as they head on through. Past the MX-5, your SP3 category. And they've managed to split. Do you know what? That's perfect for that Vulcano car. It split them, the MX-5 between them and the damage beyond recognition car, and that's allowed them to pull away that little bit in that battle. So that one sorted itself out, and that hasn't sorted itself out. They're still pretty close together in your MX-5's SP3 category. One thing I've just noticed further up is that in your Caymans, in the SP10, there is now almost a second gap between first and second place. The PCDC have really been getting the hammer down, trying to pull away.
So it seems like Florian Denzler, he doesn't want to stick around that field for very long. He definitely wants to try to find his way out and keep it in front. And at 414 machine, he's definitely got some very good pace for him right now. So it shouldn't be terribly difficult for him to be able to pull away. The question is going to be, what will he be able to make down the Adonia Ho? It's about 8/10 right now, but that is still enough for Fetterman to reel him in with that slipstream down through the kinks again and back up the hill. It's such a unique, type of situation that these drivers can find themselves in, where you're just not able to close it in on one section. You can try to pull a second throughout the entirety of the Nordschleife area, but it'll be reeled in just seconds down that very, very long straightaway.
I love that section of the Nürburgring. This Beloff S, absolutely magnificent. Oh, TQ Engineering, they've had an incident. They've pulled up to the side of the road. What on earth has happened here? Oh, they've gone wide through the left kink at the top of the hill. Hit the barriers hard. It's so hard that we couldn't see the car then for a while. Let's go back. Let's go on board with them. And where are they now? We've lost them. There they are. So it's through this left-hander. It's so easy to do this here. Just run wide onto the grass, hit the wall there. Bang! That's a heavy impact on that front left. That's going to be considerable suspension damage. And you can see they tried to carry on. You can see the steering angle. They were like, oh, we could go. Tries turning in. No, that car's going straight. They decide to park the car, and that's them done. So they are in pit road, and they're not going to be seeing any action for quite a while now, as your fourth place GT3 car squeezing their way through in the SP9, and almost caused an incident there, but able to get through. So that's another car then on pit road here, Nolan.
Yeah, it's a very easy mistake to do. That happened over in the second sector of the racetrack, and right out there, that's really kind of where, the top of the racetrack is, right at the top of the little mountain, so to speak. And in that section, there are a lot of very high-speed corners through there, and it's exactly what happened to him. He fell victim to one of those very high-speed corners near Kesselchen. So it's a very tough part of the racetrack. It's arguably one of the more difficult parts of the track as well, where you got all those high-speed sweepers, and you're just having to barely lift off the throttle, maybe a little bit of a dab on the brakes, and it's just so difficult to get your car through there in one piece. And well, we've seen then that is the cost of going offline at a track like this. Not a lot of runoff room in that section of the track. So if you go off and even clip the grass even in the slightest, 9 times out of 10, you're into the barriers hard.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll give you a quick rundown of the standings as they are then. And let's give you, first of all, the standings in your SP9 category. Then, and that is going to be Team RSO who lead that up on. I don't know why it's actually saying that for me, because that's not the right numbers there. It's nice to see that my graphics are playing up again, but there we go. Leader then is your 97. Team RSO ahead of Fisu Endurance in second place. 10 seconds between those two, although Team RSO will be heading onto pit road in the next lap or two, I would imagine. Swiss German Racing, Sim Racing are in 3rd place, 27.5 seconds behind your leader, with T3 Sports Alpha 4th. 5th place is Huxley Racing, Jota Racing, rounding out the top 6 of that category. There we go, get the right graphic on. Can-Am Racing 7th, with Tango Racing rounding out 8 of your SP9 category, just to let you know. 9th place is TQ Engineering Blue, we saw have that heavy impact. And Ava Vivactic Yuri, they are retired, they're out of this race. So 8 cars still running at the moment in this field. Next up then is going to be your SP7 category. Hopefully that brings up the right one. Oh, it has. Wonderful. I'm having so much fun with these graphics here today. Talk amongst yourselves, everybody. There we go. Right, we finally got them. It is the Pitstops.ro racing car in the lead, 37.7 seconds ahead of second place. The Lipkovic Motorsports car, 3rd place, Backmarker Racing Orange, over a minute behind Carbot. Gold are in 4th place after various issues for them, including having a penalty for registering the car incorrectly. 5th place for German Sim Racing Red. They are 3 minutes 37 behind. Team Pro Driving Sports 6th with the Racing Society. Well, that's a 7th. The Racing Society. Yes, they are there, but they're on pit road at the moment, and they've been on pit road for 4 minutes and a half, and they are actually the last car in that category. Right, where we will go next, no one knows with these graphics, so let's try this one and say PCDC Motorsports Red are in the lead of this category. They are in the SP10s, and that is only 0.7 of a second ahead of the Eva Vivatic dirt car. Team 437 has dropped back a little bit here and ended up in 3rd place, but they're still with that lead battle at the moment. Artifact Racing 43.6 seconds behind in 4th. Vulcan Motorsport Friends are in 5th place, with Turn Racing Sim Tools Esports in 6th. 7th place in category are T3 Esports. I believe they've been having issues. Yes, they have. They are down in 7th. They are running at the moment, but their last pit stop was 5 minutes 19 seconds. And Team RSO, the 497, has had multiple issues. But they are, actually, they've just pulled up in pit lane with a very damaged car. I have a funny feeling that they are going to be not carrying on for much longer. Right then, let's hope that we get to see the TCR category. The answer is yes, we do. And that is Team RSO in the lead of that one. 16 seconds ahead of Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow, with Kinetic Racing Velocity in 3rd. T3 Sports Gamma, 4th place. TCR is actually pretty much the closest on category on track at the moment, with Sim Sports News by iZone in 5th. H-Con Racing Team 6th, with Volcano VLN Wide 7th. Damage Beyond Recognition in 8th place. There are more cars in that category. 9th for Artifact Slow Pony. 10th for Wannabe SRT Silver. You've then got the Boosted Motorsports car in 11th in category, because Can-Am Racing White, they're on pit road at the moment. Rounding out your 12 car field in your TCRs, and then finally, if we can get the right graphic up on screen one final time, please be the right one. It is Ava Vivatic are in the lead of your MX-5s, your SP3s, but only by 0.3 of a second ahead of Glacier Pacing, it says there, even though it is Glacier Racing. Third place is Team RSO, Patrick Blancow, with Fisu Endurance rounding out 4th place. 5th place, then a mile behind in 5th place, although they have had their pit stop. It is Artifact Racing with Racing Centre in 6th place, E Racing Team in 7th, Racing Centre, the yellow car, in 8th place in category. 2 cars retired from that particular class, Kinetic Racing Momentum and German Sim Racing Green did not take the start of the race, no.
Well, that was quite the journey.
That was quite the journey in me realising that all the technical problems that we had at the start of the broadcast, so people don't know what happened before, but we were having a lot of trouble with our graphics, on-screen graphics, before the start of this broadcast. Then we had the issue of actually getting into the sim itself right at the start of the broadcast, which thankfully it didn't let us in. And now I have been working through that and realising that all the different categories are labelled incorrectly.
Well, things are going pretty well, all things considered, and that battle for the lead in your GT4 class is beginning to shape up again. The BCDC Motorsports Red Machine got that gap pulled, but already Fetterman has worked on closing that gap. They have lost Tim Grevin in 3rd place behind them, so at this point in time, it's going to be a 2-horse race for that battle in the GT4s.
Don't forget that you can keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. You can go to racebot.tv/live for all your live timing for this race. So if we're not keeping up to date with your favourite team, then make sure you keep an eye on racebot.tv/live for live timing as Tim Graven makes it onto pit road from 3rd place in your SP10 category. So, as you mentioned, these two had pulled out a little bit of a gap between themselves and Graven. Well, now he's heading onto pit road and he's gone through into his first pit stop. Speaking of pit stops, your man who was race leader is now on pit road, and that is Team RSO. They're going to get their service now, of course, out of sync of everybody else after their incident early on in this race.
And this has allowed Anar Marinsky for Fizu Endurance up into 1st place, and he's got a solid 14-second gap between him and Swiss German Sim Racing. So it's looking like Marinsky has got a more than comfortable lead, provided that he keeps it out of the barriers. So this is definitely what the Marinsky guys wanted to see. We do have one incident under investigation between the numbers 471 and the 84 machines for contact somewhere on the racetrack.
So 471 is T3 Sports Beta, and the 84 is the FISA Endurance car. So your race leader has been involved in a bit of contact with one of your SP10 category cars. So that's interesting to see. Also, one thing that I have been taking note of with this, look at the lap gaps there. Okay, we can ignore the first one because that was a pit stop. But the last 2 laps, that German sim racing car has caught up best part of 3 seconds.
So definitely closing in that gap. So a solid 3 seconds gain. So Marinsky, he is going to have to start maybe picking up that pace just a little bit more, because if he's gaining a good, 2 to 3 seconds every lap, he's definitely going to get caught before the next pit stop. Up over the rise once again and through Flugplatz. Oh my goodness. Personally, I feel like that section right there, that's one of my personal favorite sections on the racetrack. Just the feeling of a car on edge through there just over the hill. It's a fantastic feeling.
Oh, it is superb. And it's a great circuit. If you haven't already purchased this circuit on iRacing, where have you been? Because you want to give this a go. Even if you just want to turn laps, as here comes RSO then down the inside. They've had their pit stop. They're up to 4th place ahead of Huxley Racing now. So change of position for them, move them up to 4th place in your standings. But yeah, it's a great circuit to do laps on, and to, if you want to feel the car on the edge and feeling of what a car can do, then this is a track to do it on, because it is just such a challenge. And the thing is, nobody really truly masters this track. Yes, they will learn it and learn how to take this track fast, but nobody really truly masters this circuit.
I think I personally still have yet to complete a clean lap here myself. It is a incredibly difficult track, and even if you get a single clean lap here in cars that go this fast, you already have my respect in all honesty. So all of these drivers, they've been doing an absolutely superb job on what is the world's longest and definitely most difficult racetrack. Battle in your TCRs appears like it might be heating up here. This is for the top 5.
Yeah, these two, I believe, have just actually switched positions. As T3 Esports Gamma, finally, the 271 are onto pit road from your TCR class. So these guys pushing on and pushing hard, and some extreme fuel saving being done then by that T3 Esports Gamma car. I could prove to work out towards the end of this race. It really could, because you think it's 2 minutes 35 remaining. 2 hours and 35. I think that's me wishing this away, to be honest. 2 hours and 35 minutes remaining in this race. They've been able to save fuel for 1 hour and 25 minutes. That will basically pretty much cut them off one pit stop.
Absolutely. So if they can keep saving fuel the way they are, it's definitely going to help them in the very long run. Looked like the SimSport News Machine got a little bit antsy as they went through that depression, the middle of the hairpin. It's easy to get that car unsettled. That's, again, it's one of the only corners on the GP section of the track where you can really, have big issues with the touring cars. The other one is actually on the exit of this turn they're going through right now. You get into the sand. Of course, the touring cars are front-wheel drives. If you get over into the sand there, car is just going to want to go straight, and it's going to cause a sacrifice of massive amount of time and give a huge run to the cars behind you, because you have to left the throttle to get back onto the racing surface so you don't get spun off the track.
So head on towards the Nordschleife, having to left foot brake to help turn the rear of the car. And that's another thing that people don't really get their head around with a front wheel drive car. You use the rear of the car, get that a little bit loose to help turn and rotate the car around corners. As we have got a penalty decision, if you just bear with me 1 second, we'll be able to get that up on screen and be able to tell you that Race Control have made a decision. Avoidable contact under braking whilst lapping a slower class car. 84, stop and hold, 10 seconds. That is your race leader.
That is going to be massive. He's definitely, Feature Endurance, he is definitely going to be, he's going to lose out as a result of that. There's like no doubt in my mind. He's going to be suffering big time from that. A solid 12 seconds, back to the Swiss German sim racing machine. He's going to lose all that time before he even gets into the pit box. So this will allow that Swiss German sim racing machine and Fabian Hurry up into the lead of the race. And that is something you hate to see that happen. But it's one of those things where you got to be careful when you're lapping traffic, because it can really come back and it can bite you hard. And that's exactly what's happened here for the Feature Endurance machine. So it's now going to be a fight between the Swiss German sim racing machine for the race lead and Jens Homan and the T3 Esports Alpha machine. They're hovering at it's looking to be about 5 seconds now, but that isn't the biggest gap on a track where the laps take about 7.5 to 8 minutes.
If you're driving around here in 7.5 minutes, that's good going, is that, considering that the fastest lap is a 56.4? We probably won't see lap times improving from your SP9 category, just purely because the track is now starting to heat up. So the start of this race, the very start of this race, was when you were going to get the fastest laps of the race, when the track was at its coolest. But now it's starting to heat up, and as we say, that penalty. Now, the question here for you, Nolan, is when do you take that penalty? Do you take that penalty now, just get it out of the way, or do you take it as the full 3 laps and try and work a strategy around that?
Well, it depends on really where you are. If you're about halfway through a run, I would say just try to stretch it out as long as you can and then take it at the last possible opportunity. The thing is, though, I don't think Marinsky is halfway through a run. He might be a bit close, though, because he is going to be stretching it out here. So across in lap 13 total for Marinsky. He is going to try to stretch that penalty out, it looks like, as he knows he's got those 3 laps to come down and serve it. It looks like he might be waiting a little bit later. Might see if he could try to hopefully get the power down big time now and extend that gap.
Well, it was lap 4 of his stint that he was done there. So that will take him to lap 7 if he waits at the full 3 laps before he serves that penalty. Pit stops are around lap 9. Lap 8, lap 9 for the GT3s, for the SP9 category. So it's not the end of the world. He can make it work, I think.
Might have to bump up his pit strategy, make it a little bit shorter, do a little more fuel saving, but you know, he definitely can make it work. There's not really any need to come down and serve that immediately. Battle for the GT4s, though. They're both down to the lane at the exact same time, and both been cleaned into the stops. One of those cars going for a driver swap, too.
Yeah, PCDC then. Robert Jan de Jong getting into that car. So they're doing a full service then, you would imagine. Fuel and tyres for that car. Dirk Federman is staying behind the wheel for the Ava Vivatic car. That's not bad going for these cars, as here comes 3rd place now, Artifact Racing, who of course we have to thank here for helping support this particular broadcast and this series as well, because of course this is the Winter-VLN 2019-2020 presented by Artifact Racing season finale. 5 rounds in total for this championship, and we were hoping to be giving you updated points on the standings here. We may be able to actually do that in one moment, this really is going to be it's going to be an interesting run now with those GT4s as they come out of pit road. Now, these have pitted later, the Dirk Federman in that Team 437 car, and Tim Graven in that Team 437. It was a shorter pit stop for him. He's out there in the lead now, so obviously he didn't take any tyres.
Oh, and it looks like that the penalty just came down fully for Marinsky for his 10-second stop and hold, so he's going to be having to bring that down, assuming this time by. That's just came into things as well. So Robert Yen de Jong really be able to retake that lead. You got Tim Graven in the lead for the Team 437 machine. Like you said, bit of a slower pit stop, whether he's able to hang on to that position. We'll have to wait and see as the run goes on. Obviously, like you said, didn't take tires because he did have a much shorter pit stop. He's got himself a nice gap for now, but on fresher tires through that Nordschleife section, it's going to get antsy to see how things will be able to work out for him.
There are teams who haven't made a pit stop in your... in fact, no, they have made pit stops. I think it's my particular timing screen that's not showing some pit stops here on here. But yeah, the final pit stops then that's going on is in your SP... what category was that? The SP10, wasn't it, in the Cayman? So they are the final ones making their pit stops then. So everyone will have made their first pit stop here in this particular event, and we can actually bring you some updated. So these are being updated as we go along in the race here. So on the left hand side you will see the championship standings as they are at the moment. So at this point of the race, Nils Lorenz is going to be winning this one, but only just, with Nils Carstensen in second place, pretty close together with him. Nils Benedict in third place with Jan Draker in fourth. Fabian Hari in fifth, along with Florian Denzler as well. So those two tied on points with Bastian Salmon and Ina Marinsky in seventh place as well. And Olivia Ackerman rounding out your top 8 here, as I believe we have actually lost the TQ Engineering blue car. I think they may finally called it quits on the race here, Nolan.
It's unfortunate to see. You really don't want to, see drivers having to call it quits, but sometimes, circumstances just make it so it's really one of your only options. It seems like the TQ Racing guys, that's what they decided to do for the day. It's a big shame we have lost another one, and it's again one of those cases where we'll have to wait and see what the other drivers will be able to make with that coming into the end of this race. Oh, big trouble, huge crash for Robert Yen Young in the PCDC Motorsports Red Machine of the GT4s. He's run wide in one of those left-hand sweepers, and just after Foxhole, and has crashed hard head on into the barriers.
Here we are then, replay up on screen. It's so easy to make this mistake. Onto the grass, into the barrier, nose first. Now that car, I believe, has its radiators in the front.
Oh, he's spinning again! He's actually just spun it again and gone into the walls again, just a few corners down the road.
We'll look at the off-board replay of this, and then we'll stay on the replay of this one then. So, heavy impact, front impact with that car into the wall. He's tried to carry on here, and let's just see what happens to him. But absolute drama in your battle for the leading SP10 category, your Porsche Caymans. And it was, well, you saw it. Where exactly was it then, Nolan?
It was actually just in the next corner. Watches, he's going to take this a bit wide, get in the grass again, steps that back end out, slides it right in, goes into the tire barriers this time, and he ended up bringing it to a stop again by the tires and just towing it back to the pits. So I think it's safe to say that Robert Yen de Jong, definitely not the start that he wanted to have to his race today. And that Porsche is definitely out of contention for a race win.
It's definitely out of contention. The potential not finishing this race full stop, I think, is another thing. But yeah, you're absolutely right in calling it like that. That is a major incident. That was only, what, the second lap out the pits for them? Or was it just out the pits there? No, it was just out the pits, wasn't it? So the tyres wouldn't have been up to pressure or temperature by that point of the track.
Oh, that's not the way you wanted to end your season off. You know, go for the driver swap and then crash on the first lap out. It's definitely not what you wanted to see at all. Got that kinetic racing machine in the touring car, still trying to fight his way up and make up some spots himself. A little bit wider, and that is, of course, Matthias Magnussen still trying to reel in that gap. So trying to really reel in the Turn Racing Sim Tools yellow machine. They have been doing so for a couple of laps, and now might be looking to make an overtake here in the near future. About half a second gap between the two.
As they go through these corners, there's another battle in your TCR category as well, further back. That is SimSport News by iZone and HCon Racing Team. Max Bort, I think his team will be telling him, calm down, Max, and just keep it out of the wall, and hoping that they actually make it to the end of this race. Somewhat of a magnetic car seems to get attracted to the walls, and that paint livery, the distinctive paint livery, we mentioned it earlier, seems to attract itself to walls here at the Nürburgring. But doing a good job at the moment in 5th place, keeping the pressure on that SimSport News car.
Well, let's hope that that particular paint job doesn't get attracted to the wall, because it is a beautiful looking paint, I must say. You know, a lot of the teams have been utilizing the new Spec Babs and iRacing to the fullest, and have been revamping a lot of the team paint schemes to, you know, make them work. I know Kinetic Racing has done, you know, something similar as well with their cars. So a lot of very nice looking cars out on track. So we're hoping that as many of them can get to the end as possible, because, you know, you'd hate to see a paint like that ending up in a wall.
Well, keeping an eye on your race lead overall, here's an interesting one. Look at that gap now. 3.3 seconds. Let's have a look at the lap gaps. Well, the last lap didn't even register for the second place car for some reason, but look at that, 3 seconds per lap faster than the FISO Endurance car. So that tells you what fresh tyres over old tyres does right here out on track.
I think it's also noteworthy as well that the gap is under 3 seconds now. He's going to be catching him here in the very next lap. So You know, it's getting close between a couple of the drivers currently on the course, and the overall race battle, it is looking to pick up, and it looks like, you know, Marinsky and that Fisu endurance machine did get a little bit held up by some of that lap traffic into Miatas. He's got a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car to work his way through, and then just up the road, a GT4. I think Hardy's going to be catching him this lap. Oh, well, without a doubt. I mean, look at it now. It's 1.5 seconds is that gap. It just tells you the old tyres, they took a gamble here, but it's not really working out for them. Into the braking zone. Through the right, past the 125 they go. That's the German sim racing red car, but that car will be crucially splitting themselves and the Swiss German sim racing car. So a little bit of a respite for them, I would imagine, but still, these drivers, they're going to be pushing hard and pushing to the limit, but unfortunately for FISU Endurance, it's a matter of when, not if. So Fabian Hurry gonna duck his way around the German sim racing red machine around the right side of the track, and now he does have clear track between himself and Marinsky up the road. Now though, Marinsky's gonna have the Team RSL 497 machine to worry about just ahead of him in the Porsche Cayman GT4. So the lap traffic, they had some clean track, but not for long, because here comes another one. And now at this point, Marinsky can see that other Audi in his mirrors. It's time for Paris to start putting on the pressure. There is an incident under investigation. Car 342, should I say. That's Racing Centre, VIB Esports, Philip Eckert. They are under investigation for contact with the number 42, which of course is Tango Racing, who we saw dropping down the order early on in the race, having to make the way back. But Tango Racing then in 8th place overall, well not overall, but in class, 11th place overall, having a little bit of contact, so we'll see how the stewards see and read that one. It'll be a few minutes before we hear any decision about that, but stewards' decisions now are really starting to come into play here, Nolan, and we've seen it, the race leader, they've still yet to serve their penalty. I would think they would have to come down either this lap or the next time around. And that gap for the lead as well, it has closed in again exponentially. It's now at just 1 second and still closing in. So, Marinsky, he is going to have to raise the white flag and wave it like crazy for that race lead, because there's just absolutely no way he's going to be able to hang on to it. Like you said, it is a matter of when, and oh my goodness, Reed nearly running over an MX-5 in the middle of the track. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that one then, because that was very, very close here for Harry. Coming around the corner, and oh, which way are you going, Sunshine? A little bit of miscommunication. That's cost them some time there, it must be said, but it's not enough time to really let Fisu just calm down and relax a bit. Yeah, so that's one of the complications of lap traffic, is if you don't know which way they're going to go, it can cause an incident. But very good job on Fabian Henry to recognize that he was going to move across, and he jammed the brakes. If he hit the brakes, probably even about a 1/10 of a second later, he would have plowed through the back of that Miata. So great driving by that 89 car to keep things under control and to make sure that he didn't take out an innocent bystander in that battle for first. Gap is about 1/2 second now and still closing in. Replay on your screen, it looks like we've had an incident with Jayon, and it's into the grass and locked it up, and a little kiss with the barriers. Yeah, lucky to only have had a little kiss there, nothing more than that. But look at this race lead battle now. It is on here. These two battling away, trying their best to give us a good show, if nothing else. There's not really an overtaking spot through this part of the track here. Up and over the rises, up over the jump there, through the right, then you've got a quick left, and this is the Beloff S. This is my favourite track. The track just plunges downhill. You're going through this absolutely flat out. The pedal planted into the Axminster as they go into the right-hander. Once again, they've got lap traffic. It's an MX-5, your SP3 category ahead.
Will they both make it past? The MX-5 makes it a lot easier for them, lets them pass, and now it's all about dotting a hook, getting the run out this corner. And the thing is, Fabian, he can bide his time here. He'll close right up, and look at that straight away. Weaving, trying to break the draft initially is Fisu, and they're trying it all the way down the straight here. And I think that's just really a last-ditch attempt at putting up some resistance here.
It's going to be in vain. Hurry looking to the left side of the car. Marinsky, it's a drag race now down this very, very long straightaway. But now the Hurry does not have the slipstream. He's struggling to maintain pace, getting a bit tighter now. Will they be able to keep it all together? They will. Marinsky has to yield. New race leader, the Swiss-German Racing number 89 machine, Fabian Hurry, takes to the lead in your GT3 and overall class. And Marinsky, oh, and look at this, Hurry right to the pits.
Yeah, so...
And Marinsky sticking out one more time.
So 7 laps is the limit then for the pit stops, because T3 Esports, they're onto pit road as well after 7 laps. So Fisu are going to be able to serve their 10-second stop and hold at the end of this lap. That's very interesting how that went down there. And they'll be a little bit happier with that, will Fisu. But I'll tell you what, that Fisu car, it will come out behind the Swiss-German sim racing car as long as the 89 doesn't make any mistakes. T3 Esports Alpha, Bastian Dobitz is getting behind the wheel for them. Fabian Hurry is staying behind the wheel still for Swiss-German sim racing. So it's going to do 3 stints here on this one, on this particular stint then. But Nolan, we've reached the hour mark for these drivers to get the laps in. It's going to be interesting to see how this one all pans out as change of tyres then for Swiss-German sim racing.
Well, we'll have to see what that will be able to bring in for that German sim racing machine, but I don't think the change of driver, that driver, he hasn't been in the car for about half the race, so, it's going to be a bit of a trickier one, having to do driving the car. We'll have to see what pace that driver will have, but I still think that Fisu is definitely going to be coming out behind just because of that 10-second penalty. It's but not I know that he's going to come out behind the German sim racing machine. And speaking of which, Team RSO, I believe that is now out and away in their number 97 machine.
Well, don't forget, they're out of cycle. They're out of cycle, don't forget. So they're lap 3 of their stint now. They're in 2nd place. I mean, they could still become a player in all of this. They really could. But it depends on how the pit stop cycles pan out towards the end of the race there. But I just feel with them having to take that early pit stop in the first half hour of the race has meant that they are now, I don't think they're going to be battling for the win.
No, it's very unlikely that they're going to be battling for that win. It is a shame, but that's just one of those early race incidents, and it goes to show that even early on in the race, an incident that can definitely hurt your race right through to the end, and we're seeing it in full strength with the RSO machine here today. And this is your battle for 2nd place in your touring car field. That is Jeffrey Ariane versus Matthias Magnussen. Turn Sim Racing Tools Yellow versus Kinetic Racing Velocity. These are 2 drivers that, again, they've been very close recently, and they are still trying to work their way through and maybe put on a little bit of a show for us eventually. But for now, we've seen Magnussen. It looks like he's been content recently to just save some fuel.
Tango Racing have got a penalty, avoidable contact whilst lapping a slower class in a high-speed corner. 5 seconds stop and hold coming the way of the 42. So a penalty for the number 42 coming up, and that is one of the benefits of running this series, live stewarding, to be able to deal with incidents in race. It is what gives this series a really good, along with other private leagues it must be said, give them a really good edge in being able to run at these types of events and keep the driving standards relatively clean.
Well, absolutely, it always helps to have the live stewarding, because it means you can get those penalties down immediately, and you don't need to look at things after the race to see if there's anything that you missed. And So live steering, it can definitely really help a race to, go a lot smoother. And the stewards have been doing a very good job, but, getting to all of this stuff in a timely manner. In fact, we got another incident that's now under investigation as well between the 397 and the 222 for more contact. So they are doing a good job getting to all these different things in a timely manner. Lots of things to look at, it would seem, though, today.
Do you know what? It's actually not being too bad as the standards here in this one. By the way, for anybody who's just joining us on this broadcast, this is the Winter-VLN 2019-2020 season presented by Artifact Racing season finale being brought to you here. This is round 5 of a 5-round championship in this series, all run here at the Nürburgring. There are 5 classes of car in this race. You've got your SP9 cars, which are your GT3 category. You have got the SP7s, which is the Porsche Cup car, the 911 Cup car. SP10, which is the Porsche Cayman GT4. This is the first time we've seen the GT4 in this series. We've got the TCR class, which we're seeing right now as the battle down the Dottinger Hohe. As they go down the straight, they'll be bouncing off the rev limiter all the way down that straight. And then finally the SP3 class, which is your Mazda MX-5. So those are the 5 categories in this particular race. But we'll see how we get on. Down the hill towards the end of the lap once again. And Kinetic just sitting there behind for the time being, waiting patiently for their run. Maybe waiting patiently to fuel save as well, Nolan.
We've seen a lot of fuel saving done, especially in classes like the touring cars, in this race already, and even in the Mazda MX-5 field. So, we're not surprised if that's what we are seeing here right now. Because Magnussen has definitely had opportunities where he's gotten right to the back end. We've even seen touring cars that have elected to, instead of trying to pass, go for a bump draft instead. So I think at this point in time, yeah, Magnussen is definitely fuel saving right now.
As they head on through, they've got one of the SP9 cars coming through to try and put a lap on them here. Superb. Superb circuit. And we'll see how they get on here. Don't forget that we are keeping up to date with everything from race control. You mentioned about there being one investigation ongoing, but there's now another investigation ongoing as well for aggressive unsafe driving between the 353 and the 71. So the 353, that is the FISA Endurance MX-5, as that GT3 car cannot make its way past the Kinetic TCR car. He'll make his way past now, but that's not usually seen there. The other car that's been investigated for that aggressive unsafe driving is the T3 Esports Alpha car. That's your 4th place car overall in the race. So some of your leaders in the series have been getting involved in little incidents,
Now we're only 7 minutes away from that halfway point in the race, and it's at the point now where the aggression is going to start to slowly creep on up, and Magnussen really not doing Michael Lane any favors there in that GT3, and now Lane is also now trapped behind Jeffrey M. again, so nobody's really wanted to do poor Can-Am Racing a whole lot of favors here in this one, as they're just caught in a touring car sandwich at this point. Of course, if we are not keeping up with your favorite driver, we do have live time available on racespot.tv/live for today's 4-hour race. Your overall race leader, Fiju Endurance, down to the pits, finally going to have to take most likely a full service plus a 10-second stop and hold.
Yep, so that penalty will be served here. So Team RSO, they were about 1 minute and 3 behind when they jumped onto pit road here. So the Team RSO car coming down the Dottinger Hohe right now, heading past the tourist entry. So if you ever wanted to, or indeed actually driven on this track, that's where you will enter the track, down the Dottinger part way down, as they head on through towards the end of the lap. Team RSO, of course, this car is a little bit out of sync with others for their pit stops, so they're going to be starting lap 4 of their stint here, and they're going to be coming through to take the lead of this race. Right now, there you go, ticks over towards the lead of this race. The interesting one that we want to keep an eye on, though, is this one, Fabian Hari. What will happen with Fabian? Will he be able to get out ahead of the FISA Endurance car? You would imagine so, as they come down. Well, FISA Endurance are actually pulling off the pit road here, so they've managed to stay ahead of Swiss-German sim racing. That's a little bit interesting there, Nolan. I didn't expect to see that with that penalty.
Well, remember, FISA Endurance was losing 3 seconds a lap there, you know, prior to that pit stop. So we'll have to see if that 3 seconds a lap will continue to, you know, pick up, and we're definitely seeing when we get to the Nordschleife section. Meanwhile, while all that was going on, another penalty has been handed down to Jayan in the Kepler Gold 222 machine, aggressively forcing a pass on a slower class, resulting in a spin. Another 10-second stop and hold for Jayan. So another one of those unfortunate incidents with lap cars being a little too impatient, trying to get some of the slower classes, and a Miata gets forced off the track.
Yeah, that was... Who was that now? I couldn't see their number then. It was with a yellow one. So that narrows it down. Was it with the Ava Vivatic? Yes, it was our second placed MX-5 then, getting forced off track. Let's have a look back at that one. We haven't quite far enough back. So let's have a look at it here. And let us go from our aerial coverage brought to you by Amwern Designs, and they were turning in, and all of a sudden they found a GT3 car there and decided to get out of it.
Oh! FISA Endurance Racing's lost it. There was contact trying to get around them coming out of the Nordschleife.
We'll stay with the replay.
And Marinsky, as you'll see here, got loose on the entry and unfortunately just got run over.
So we're here with the replay then. What has happened then? Exit the chicane into the Nordschleife, loses the back end. Oh, and contact. That's quite heavy contact that will certainly have done damage to the aerodynamics of that car. We'll have another look at this one then from German Sim Racing. The car's lost control. There's not a lot that they can do. Fabian is an innocent party in that, so I wouldn't expect any penalty for Fabian. But we're back up and running, and FISA are running, but they're now behind the T3 Esports Alpha car down in 4th place here, Nolan.
They lost a lot of time with that spin. You know, they had to get the car turned around, and in doing so, they actually had to put the car into reverse just to get it pointed in the right direction. So they lost a mountain of time, and that is time that they might never be able to gain back, because they were losing 3 seconds a lap prior to the last pit stop cycle. So if they somehow manage to recover from that one, well, I'm sorry, but that would be a big shock for me.
As they head on through once again, what we'll do... Oh, it's a race leader! Race leader straight on! I was about to go to do a fan immersion with the race leader, but they've gone straight on into the wall here. Good grief, what on earth has happened here? Got wide onto the grass. You're not stopping that car, Nails. Into the wall. We'll get another look at that one from on board. But wow, that's a big, big instant right there.
Well, I think at this point, Niels Benedict, that car, if it wasn't off pace before, it certainly is going to be now. And look at that, just had the brakes locked down. You saw the wheel turn to the left, trying to find a way through, kept the car running, but oh my goodness, that is probably one of the worst case scenarios right there. You know, you're already off cycle, you know you're off cycle, and you're in the lead, and then that happens. That is the last thing they needed today.
Well, that is really dramatic. I didn't expect to see that one. We've cut nicely to that one. Good grief. But I was going to go on board with them. But now, RSO, Nils Benedict, already been in the wall once today in this race, as you mentioned there, Nolan. They're going to be, I would imagine, heading onto pit road if they, well, if they can keep it going, they'll go to the end of their stint here and get some repairs done to that car. if they can't manage it though, I mean, this is one of the most testing parts of the car. If there's any damage that's affecting the steering, let's go on board in fact. Let's see what the steering is like as we're on board there, a little bit to the left, but it's not too much. I think it's manageable. I think you can manage that to the end of your stint here.
The only thing they might really need to be concerned about is maybe some of the top end speed, because they do have some pretty significant front end damage, so might need to worry about their front end speed, a little bit of understeer there too. So, you know, it's one of those things where they're going to have to just be a bit careful that you're going to have to really nurse that car the rest of their stint, assuming that they try to go the distance.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But, oh, a bit of drama there for us in this one. What we will do is we will actually go and switch over to Swiss-German sim racing then. Give you a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion then as we head on to the halfway point of this Winter-VLN Endurance Championship 2019-2020 presented by Artifact Racing. There we go then, a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion on board the Swiss-German sim racing car. They are now within 12 seconds of Team RSO, so that is going to see that time come on down. We have had some issues then in your SP10 category for Tim Graven.
Indeed, it was a massive misfortune for Tim Graven. You know, the Team 437 machine, they were having a good run up there in third place, and a little bit of a stutter through the carousel, and that has put them into the barriers. So it looks like they were down on pit road, and they're still on pit road getting damage fixed, and most likely towing the car as well. So it's looking like Graven is going to be out of the fight for now. It's a real massive shame. You know, we were really hoping to be able to maybe get a good run in there, and yeah, it looks like they are going to be done for the day.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way, unfortunately. One team that we haven't mentioned much this race, and there's a reason behind that, is the race leaders of your SP7 category. That's your Porsche 911 Cup cars. Pitstops.ro Racing, they're in the lead of this category. And, well, the next car behind them is 40 seconds behind. But guess what? That's a GT3 car. That tells you how far ahead they are of the next car in their class, the SP7 class, because the Litkivik Motorsports car, they've just had their pit stop. So that'll explain a little bit why they're further back there. But they are... Oh, they're a ton of time behind here. I can't even bring up a timing thing to see how far behind. They're minutes behind.
Indeed. So I think that goes to show you, excuse me, I think that goes to show you just how good, though, the Pit Stops racing team really is. Like, they have been doing a great job driving that car. The Pit Stop, you know, those Porsches, they are not easy to drive. They are not easy to drive at all. They're very, very difficult cars. It's very easy for them to get loose. You know, drivers say that when you get on fresh, cold tires, it's basically like you're driving on a skating rink. So the fact that he's able to pull such a big gap, even over, you know, some of the GT3 cars, that's impressive.
What isn't impressive is Huxley Racing straight out of the pits, goes over the inside of the curb in turn 2, loses control, cold tyres, not up to temperature. They're back up and running they go. We have got a warning for the 353. Let's bring it up on screen. Took a slightly different line, which the 71 interpreted is leaving space. 71 could have waited until the corner exits pass. Oh no, sorry, it's the 71 that receives the warning. So that one is the T3 Esports Alpha car, so third place overall, getting a warning at this point for a little bit of, it was aggressive driving, they called it.
Well, I'd rather take a warning over a 10-second stop and hold, which is what some other drivers have been getting so far in this one. So I'll have to consider getting off pretty nicely with that warning. But you know, it's one of those things where race control's just going to give you a little slap on the wrist to say, all right, don't do that again.
Well, what we do want to see is these guys battling it out. This is Racing Centre, the VIB Esports car. They're battling with FISA Endurance SP3. And across the line they go here. 4th and 5th place in your SP3 category. We haven't really shown much of your SP3 category recently. That's because there's been some gaps pulled out in that one. Here we go to the inside. Can he make the move stick? The 342! Oh! Packed it on the apex there. And the 353 thought that they were going to be able to just turn in there, and all of a sudden there's a car still on the apex.
They were trying to go for an over-under. You know, you saw that they tried to maybe take a wider apex, and they actually now have some damage on the right front of their car. So that is not what the Fuso Endurance SP3 machine wanted to see at all. Replay now going to be up on your screen, and watch this. Expected to kind of overshoot the corner because of the late brake, turns in, and it's just right there. And that's the things about these Miatas. They can slow down really, really quickly, and you'd be surprised how late they can brake for corners and still make the apex. And clearly, one of those drivers was not expecting the other car to be able to make the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, there's one thing you do try to sort of guess what the other driver's going to be doing, but you've also got to drive with what you see in front of you as well. So you've got to be careful out there on track. Speaking of not being careful out there on track, damage beyond recognition at T3 Sports, they're battling it out for 6th and 7th in your TCR category. So this is towards the end of the lap here, up over the curbs there. That's a little bit risky in a car which has got a light rear end, but they're going to be carrying on here through towards the planar carousel. And still opportunities for Oliver Ackerman to be able to make some moves here. Needs to make some money moves. Here is Team RSO, the race leading TCR car is onto pit road. RSO. The next pit stop cycle for your TCRs is ongoing here, Nolan.
So let's see how things will shape up in that next pit cycle. And you can see just ahead of this battle, a little ways off the road, is Francesco Jose Romero for Artifact Slow Pony, currently 27th place overall. So might have a 3-car battle here if these two can close on in. For now, though, Ackerman will be trying to focus fully on Andreas Stiefel to try to find his way around. Gap slowly closing in the draft. He's going to make that look to the right side, and that is going to be a nice, clean, textbook overtake if he can make that stick. Little bit of a left-hand bend here, but it's not going to be enough to help out damage beyond recognition. That spot belongs to T3 Esports Gamma.
Yep, nice move there. Moving up ahead. On the brakes and damage beyond recognition. Just looking, showing the nose to the inside. Will they be heading onto pit road? Well, damage beyond recognition are onto pit road. So too is the 222 from your Porsches from the SP7 category. So they are on there. But T3 Esports Gamma staying out for another lap. One thing of note is that Team RSO have come back out in the lead of your TCR, so they've got that much of a gap that they can really sort of just work their lines themselves and not really push too hard and just make sure that they do things right.
That's one of the beautiful things about, being able to get a big gap early on in the race is it leaves you with some wriggle room. So if you end up making 1 or 2 small mistakes, maybe a harmless spin here, maybe you've overshot your pit stall, you've got a little bit of a buffer room so you can be able to make those mistakes and hopefully not lose out on too much time. Looks like some of your GT3 cars are now coming down to the pits as well, and potentially some Porsche 911 traffic down into the pits as well. So, well, just about everybody.
This is the Team RSO car that was in the lead that we saw going to the wall. This is their normal pit stop because of them being out of cycle. Nils Benedicts is getting out the car, and Nils Lorenz, of course, championship leader, don't forget Nils Lorenz, going into this round. And he currently is the leader at the moment, although things could change by the end of this race here. But yeah, this could end up costing Nils Lorenz the championship here. They're going for a full service, want to get as much damage repaired on that car. You can see the front right lifted up as the bonnet from the damage. They'll be trying to get as much of that repaired as possible in this pit stop time, but they won't want to take any more time than they have to here, Nolan.
It's really one of those cases where you got to think, how much damage will we be able to fix, but then, be able to gain back performance steadily, because there is a threshold.
Look, there's no driver in the car.
Oh, dear.
This is a long stop. This is going to be a long stop for them, and this could be crucial for your overall championship here. Wow, this is big.
So your championship leader with an extra long stop in the box could be potentially disastrous, for that championship. It could blow things wide open. So, it's gonna get tricky here in a little bit. So they're gonna have to try to figure themselves out, get themselves sorted to keep themselves, in this race.
Well, we'll have to assess what happens if and when they get back out on track, and we'll have to look at an update of the standings a little bit later. Meanwhile, Team RSO in your SP3 category, they have made their way past the E-Racing Team VLN car. So that is a pass made for them. We have got another penalty coming in here, Nolan, and it is for another car from our SP9 category. Dive bomb through slower class traffic causing a crash. 10-second stop and hold for the number 73, which is Johto Racing.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but they already had a penalty earlier in this race where they also had to take and serve that. So this is just insult to injury at this point.
No, not the 73. You're thinking of the 71 that got a warning.
Right, the 71 numbers can tend to blur together in longer races like this. When when you get to incidents like this, though, it's just you get the drivers which have had issues already in the race, and then you get these penalties getting handed down. It's certainly not pleasant, but Jodo Racing, they're going to have to make another expedition down into the pit lane pretty soon here. Then, as a result of that, and that is a very beat up Audi that's going to be having to come to the lane soon. So unfortunate.
Yeah, Jodo Racing, they've not had the best of days here at all. And Joachim Sieberling behind the wheel, pushing on throughout this race. We've got an hour and 3/4 remaining here in this one. And these drivers, they have been hitting it hard and pushing on throughout this race. Some drivers just basically running to just get results and get finishes. And I think that's what's happening when you look at some of the teams that had issues early on. So Can-Am Racing White, they're just on pit road right now. They're still running in 12th place in your TCR category. By the way, all your TCRs are still running, even though a couple of them have been on pit road for long periods. That's really good going, is that? Because every other category has had at least one car retire from the race.
Well, going back to our point earlier on, the touring cars, they can race really, really well. So it's again one of those cases where you like to see those touring cars, being able to stay out and continue to fight on and race on as much as you can get. There is the gap between the Swiss German sim racing machine and the T3 Esports Alpha machine, the 89 and the 71. 21 seconds separate the two, so pretty sizable margin for Fabian Harris. And if he can continue to keep that gap where it is, this should be a very easy race for him.
It's never an easy race at the Nürburgring, that's for sure, as they head on through the carousel. They did, of course, cross the line in second place, which is why they've got a number 2 on their windscreen, because the Team RSO car did come to the lead. So at the end of this lap, that'll reset and show a number 1 in their windscreen as they head on through this part of the lap now. Catching up to some lap traffic. We've mentioned about how this section of track is the most difficult part to make your way through on lap traffic because the track's narrow. It's constantly turning. You mentioned it earlier how one corner, Nolan, just links into the next one. It makes it extremely difficult to make your way past, but they did manage to do that.
So far, traffic can always be a key factor, especially at tracks like this one, where, again, so very difficult to pass at in so many places on the racetrack. But for now, the traffic, while it has played in a factor a little bit, so far, oh no, and that is a TCR going very, very slow, and it's damaged beyond recognition. Thankfully, the car does not look like it's damaged beyond recognition, but it was
with the 222.
Oh,
we'll
dearie
have to
me.
rewind this a little bit more, so bear with us, folks, as we try and bring you this. Here we go. Here's the replay then, Nolan.
Well, let's see here. Oh, Porsche. Oh, dear. Went right to the... He tried to go around the outside, carried too much speed, went to the grass, got in the wall, and came back and just cleaned out the touring car. It was looking like a clean pass, but then just lost momentum on the grass and lost the back end. That is very unfortunate for the damage beyond recognition car, as he had to execute about a 5-point turn to get that touring car back facing the right direction. And another replay, and look at this. And that was I understand that you're in a much faster car than a touring car and you might want to take the move, but as inviting as those sweepers can be, if you're not on the inside, that is not really a passing place. And it was a bit opportunistic for the Cabourg Gold Machine to try to make that look. And if you ask me, it would have been better if you had just maybe waited one more turn and you would have been able to get through safe and sound.
Damage beyond recognition car, by the way, having to Austin Powers it and do a 17-point turn there. But they've managed to get going again. And they've got a significant damage to their car. Or it appears so anyway. Well, let's have a look, see what the steering inputs are like. They seem to be running a little bit slower. Let's have a look. around this right-hander. What's it going to be like on the straight section? Yeah, having to steer off to the left there. You could just see it on the left-hand side of your screen, how they're having to steer to the left-hand side to counter the damage. That's going to be suspension damage for them, which therefore means if it's one corner of the car, you're looking at about 8 minutes 20, just for the minimum repairs.
Again, definitely not what they wanted to see at all. It's probably one of the last things that they were wanting to see, so that is such a massive shame for the damage beyond recognition. Thankfully, the car is not so damaged that it is unable to not run anymore. That car is definitely still pushing on and trying to make its way through, and it would not surprise we saw that touring car coming down to pit here either this lap or within a lap or two. More GT4 traffic approaching that touring car, and looks like damage beyond recognition going to try to stay well out of the way this time.
Right, what we'll do is we'll just quickly run through positions in this race then. We're going to start off with your SP9 category then, and it's going to be your race leader of Swiss-German sim racing. They're the ones that's in the lead. It's been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the leaders in this category, but Swiss-German sim racing have been the most consistent of those to be at the front, and they are ahead 26.4 seconds ahead of this team. T3 Esports Alpha in second place. Third place is going to be FISU Endurance. Now they're actually in and around that second place position. They've got a chance of maybe pushing on for a second place here, although their last lap was 3 seconds slower than the T3 Esports Alpha car. Huxley Racing, we saw them having a spin earlier on in the arena section after their last pit stop. They're in 4th place overall and in category. 2 minutes 27 behind your race leader, so they're not having a fun day of it, but they're on for a good result here. Potential 4th place for them. Giotto Racing, we've seen them have a penalty with a severely damaged car. 5 minutes 35 behind your race leader. 3 minutes 9 behind Huxley Racing in this one. 6th place in class, 7th place overall is Can-Am Racing. Jean Fresneau Assault. 6 minutes 35 behind. 9th place overall, but 7th place in class is Tango Racing. They had a long pit stop early on in this race, getting significant damage. That's seen them fall back. They're 7 minutes 18 behind your race leader. Team RSO, they are still on pit road in 8th place. They're still getting damage repaired. They're not moving anywhere fast. They are in 8th place at the moment. 2 cars out from your SP9 category. That is TQ Engineering Blue and Ava Vivatic Yuri. With your, you've got a nice easy one here, Nolan. With your SP7 category, the Porsche 911 Cup cars, is Nolan.
Well, it's looking like Pit Stops Row Racing, or .RO Racing, still up ahead in 1st place, and a little ways down the road behind them by a solid, probably good minute or so, is going to be the Little Vix Motorsports Machine, which have been having a pretty quiet day over there in 2nd place so far. Backmarker Racing Orange sitting in 3rd place, and these are 3 cars that, in relation to the GT3s, are still on the lead lap. And then we have, of course, Cabot Gold in 4th place, who have been having their own difficulties and have had to serve penalties today. Down in 5th place for the category, it's going to be the Racing Society, and they are having, again, pretty quiet day. Car looking nice and clean.
It's actually Team Pro Driver that's in 5th at the moment.
Team Pro Driver in 5th, so my standing sheet has clearly not updated yet.
Well, they've just come across the line now, so it might have updated here, but they're in 5th place, that's for sure. But you got one more car, which is this one on screen right now.
That is going to be the Racing Society. Now I'm correct, and they are currently sitting in about 6th place right now in their class, with, of course, the German sim racing machine currently out of the race and 4 laps down in this one.
I've given myself the most difficult ones to do, because now we've got the TCR. Actually, no, we've got the SP10s, the Porsche Caymans. The first time that we've seen these cars racing in an endurance race event. Well, there's one very damaged one in front of our race leader, which is Dirk Federman in the Vavatic car. The 416. It's been a bit of a switch between places for a few of these cars. Artifact Racing, second place. We saw them have a spin a little bit earlier on, but they're a minute and 2 behind your race leader in second place. Third for Falcon Motorsport friends, Max Kessler behind the wheel. Good podium position for them so far. 30 seconds behind them though is Turn Racing Sim Tools Esports. They're in that 4th place. Nice quiet day for them. PDC Motorsports Red. Now this is a team that should have been competing up at the front, but they had a big incident which gave them damage to the front end, and that meant that they had to get some repairs done to that car. But that car is looking pretty good at the moment. T3 Esports Beta, they are still running. That was the car with no bonnet. That's down there, a lap down on your race leader. About to be 2 laps down on your race leader here, by the way, in 6th place. Team RSO, the 497, they're 3 laps down. They're still running, and that is 8th place for them in category 2 cars not running. It's Team Motorsport Dreams, the 404, and Full Send Racing with a little bit of a brain freeze moment for them, returning to the track in front of the TCR class, causing mayhem earlier on. They are out of the race from them. Now, with the most difficult ones of them all, it's your TCR category. Take it away, Nolan.
Well, it's going to be Team RSO currently in the lead for your TCR class, and then sitting in 2nd place currently, it is of course going to be the T3 Esports Gamma machine. Sitting right down there in 2nd place as of right now. 3rd place is looking to be just behind them is of course the Kinetic Racing Velocity. Still a battle for 2nd place that has really not come to much fruition right now. Again, Tyson Magnuson perfectly content with just sitting back there in 3rd place. SimSport News by iZone currently sitting in 4th place, about a minute behind the class leader, with HCon Racing Team and Christian Brown down over there in 5th place at the moment. Volcano-VLN White is going to be down in 6th place currently, with Artifact Slow Pony in their 202 machine. In 7th place, Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow currently in 8th place, with Wannabe SRT Silver down in 9th. Rounding off that top 10 is going to be Damage Beyond Recognition, who, while they were damaged, was certainly not beyond recognition. And the Boosted Motorsport VLN will round off the touring car field currently at the moment. They will not.
Can-Am Racing.
One more. Can-Am Racing White. Thank you. Still on the course. Mr. Can-Am Racing White hiding around at the very back end. Still all 12 touring cars still in the race.
Absolutely. Then we've got your SP3 category, which is led currently, well, it says Glacier Pacing. I think it's actually Glacier Racing as that. They've maybe mistyped their name there slightly. But they are in the lead of that one by 8.5 seconds ahead of Ava Vavatic Bastian, with Bastian Salmon in behind the wheel of that car. 3rd place in class is Artifact Racing, the 341. Having a nice, relatively quiet race there, but they're a minute and 23 behind. They would want to be a bit closer than that. FISU Endurance, well, this has not been a good day for them. 2 minutes 57 behind the race leading SP3 car, with Team RSO rounding out in 5th place with 3 minutes 34 behind your race leader. Racing Centre is going to be 6th place with 4 minutes to your race leader. E-Racing Team VLN, they are not having a fun day out there. They're getting just currently getting lapped by one of your SP9 cars and the TCR car. Well, having to just blow up behind them. through the corner onto the Dottinger Hut before they get going again. 7th place for them. 8th place for Racing Centre VIB Esports, although they have been on pit road for 20 minutes now. 2 laps down. 2 cars officially retired from this category, which is Kinetic Racing Momentum, and German Sim Racing Green did not take the start of this race. But that's your field then, Nolan. Closest battle on track was actually Kinetic until T3 actually came onto pit road.
Well, we just got a penalty for, unfortunately, the Fuso Endurance Machine. The penalty is a drive-through penalty for taking service while serving another penalty. So, more disaster for the 84 machine, who's currently 3rd overall in the SP9 class.
I mean, this is just... oh my goodness. They will be absolutely spitting feathers in that car. Obviously, in the regulations, it states that you're not allowed to take service whilst serving a penalty. And that's exactly what they've done here. So they are going to be serving a drive-through penalty. Just one thing leading to another. The thing is, that will bring them into the grasp of Huxley Racing here, because there's 28 Huxley Racing. They had a they found themselves in a decent position here, and with that drive-through penalty, Fuso will be losing about 30 odd seconds there, and they're only 30 seconds behind Huxley Racing.
So Fuso Endurance is really going to have to hope that they can at least keep the power down enough that they can stay ahead when they do come down to serve that penalty. Of course, I do believe it's, again, a case of you have 3 laps to serve it, so they don't need to serve it now, but I think at this point, it's a case of you would not want to wait till the end of your stint to get this one done. This is a penalty that I would just get out of the way as soon as possible, since you are not allowed to take service while you're pitting, so best not to try to serve a drive-through and then stop it into box during that drive-through to serve it.
Yeah, well, that's one way of guaranteeing not to serve a service, is to just have a drive-through penalty instead. But yeah, that is what's happening there with your penalties. Of course, live race stewarding here in this race. Always good to see that out there on track and in these types of events. As the one to keep a note on in your TCR category is T3 Esports Gamma, because again, they've only just had their pit stop, whereas everybody else has been 3 or 2 laps out of the pits. They're currently 7th in class, but they are only, what, how close are they to the leader? Let's have a look at that. They're only 1 minute 35. If they're able to save a pit stop, then, okay, it won't get them in the lead, because the final pit stop will be a shorter pit stop, but still, they'll move them forward in this field, I believe.
Again, coming down to pit strategies being, you know, a deciding factor or a key factor in quite a few of these races. It's something that is definitely not unheard of. It's something we have seen, you know, time and time again, and it's something we are definitely seeing, you know, right now. So it's these endurance races, oftentimes it can be a game of the mind. You know, you really need to try to play into your opponents to try to read what their strategy is going to be, because when it comes to endurance racing like this, the battles are not always on track, and oftentimes the battles are off the track as well. And I think at this point we got quite a few battles right now that are more off the track than they are on.
Yeah, that's the beauty of endurance racing here. It is the fact that you get the mix of strategies and, you know, really mixing things up and seeing how things work out. And some teams, you know, they'll maybe throw out a really risky strategy and it'll pay them dividends, or in some cases it doesn't. That's the beauty of this type of racing. Worth pointing out, by the way, everybody, if you are watching this here on Racebot TV, first of all, welcome along. I hope you're enjoying this broadcast. Secondly, you can keep up to date with everything that is going on in this race. Just make sure you check out racebot.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything going on in this race. You'll be able to say changes in leaders, you'll be able to see when pit stops happen, when there's driver changes, how long the pit stops were. All that information is there available on the RaceSpot website. So racespot.tv/timing. If we're not keeping you, we've not got your favourite team on screen, well, that's where to look. So make sure you check out the live timing, which is available for you here in today's event. But what a finale this has been so far. We're going to try and give you some updated championship standings as well, because we want to try and keep you abreast of everything that's going on in this finale, because this is a season finale. It's what's happening in this race and in this championship that's important. And in fact, let's bring you the updated screen on screen now. So these are the standings as they are at the moment. Nils Lorenz is still going to be your champion. I mean, this is obviously live update as we're going along, and Nils Carstensen is in second place with Dan Draker in third, Bastian Salmon in fourth place along with Fabian Hari, Oliver Ackermann and Dirk Federman there in 6th and 7th place with Ina Marinsky and Niels Benedict rounding out those 10 drivers there, but 9 drivers should I say there, but the crucial one there, Nolan, is the fact that Nils Lorenz, they are still out there on track. They're running in 8th place in class. They just went wide a little bit then, but crucially for them, they're scoring just enough championship points to get themselves that championship win.
Exactly, so everything is looking set for Nils Lorenz to be able to take a championship today, despite the big difficulties they had earlier on. You know, they were off pit stop cycle for a slap to the wall earlier, very early on in the race. They had to come in and repair the damage, and then they actually ran wide, locked the brakes up, and went head on into the barriers again. So they had to spend another bit of time, fixing damage. And now they're a lap down from the leaders, which means they are at least 8 and they're a minimum of 8 minutes behind the leaders. It's definitely more than that, probably close to the 10 or 11 minutes back. So the fact that they are still hanging on to the lead, it is very admirable, and they're still on track because they realize how close it is. So may as well try to come away with it at whatever type of points you can be able to get today.
Absolutely. Right, so as we head on through, yes, thank you for correcting me, Nolan. It is racespot.tv/live for live timing. We'll get there eventually. It's because I'm so used to it being the timing page rather than the live page that it's just ingrained into me because we say it so often on broadcasts. But I'll put it in the chat there for everyone. That's the link to the live timing here for this particular event. And yeah, so we're in that phase now where everybody's spread out here now, and everybody's really not battling. I'll say that, but we have got a battle for your TCRs. That's 6th versus 7th. Artifact Slow Pony and T3 Esports Gamma. So we could just sort of relax a little bit. He's already the champion because only 4 of the 5 rounds counts. Oh, Nils. Oh, it makes it look a lot closer than it is. Let's just say that. Do you know what? And I want to say this now. Drop scores, drop rounds are the bane of commentators everywhere. I could tell you that now. Every commentator in motorsport hate drop scores, as there's a change of position then for T3 Esports, moving their way past the Artifact Slow Pony.
So, change of position for 6th place in your TCR class, and as they both hit off the rev limiters, both cars stall out. Well, Francisco Jose Romero try to cut back and maybe try to make something work. He's not going to be able to do that here in these final corners of the lap. Maybe if he can get a good drive off onto the front straightaway, then perhaps he can make something work. He's going to have to really nail this final apex, and unfortunate for him, it doesn't look like, he got the best run that he needed. Both cars pretty much even off of the corner. We've seen a few very opportunistic looks down in the turn 1. Few of them have worked, few of them have not. He's got that run now with the slipstream. He's going to look for the move, but he's going to break a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, Orang going to go on the defensive, trying to go for an over-under, but Romero not able to make that one work. So for now, Orang for T3 Esports Gamma secure in that position.
Absolutely, they're heading through the arena section then. Heading into the final third of this race. And these drivers pushing hard. Now the question is, that T3 Esports Gamma car has been able to go longer on each pit stop and to make it work. So where will they come out as... Ooh, T3 Esports, the Alpha car, has had an issue. What has happened to them? They've got damage to the rear of the car. Let's try and find out what's happened here. Let's go on board and find out what's happened. Up over the curb, that's fine. Looks like it's going to be through this left-right. That's fine into hit, miss. Oh, up over the curb. That's what's caused the damage into the wall there. Big drama for your second place driver in this race. Luckily for them, they've got a nice big gap behind them because of the drive-through penalty.
Well, not only that, but lucky that they actually managed to get it locked down and not get too much front-end damage either, because you saw they were headed towards that wall on the right side of the track, so it was close to being a lot bigger than it was. And good thing as well that they did not come back on track right in front of that 911 GT3 Cup car that was just on its way through. But you know, for Bastian Dobritz, that's not what they wanted to see at all. So a little bit of damage on that Audi, but I don't think it's quite enough that you would need to bring it down. But you never know. You never know what might be going on inside that car. God, that rear wing not looking very healthy.
No, not at all. It was the Backmarker Racing orange car that went past them when they had their moment as they head on through towards the carousel. So that will be causing a little bit of issues with top speed. Down the Dottinger Hood is going to be a big issue for them in the 71 as they go through the carousel. Now, out of it, you pop out over it and you can sometimes unsettle the car and have it go off at the carousel. By the way, Huxley Racing, we were saying about whether they would catch up to that Fisu car with the drive-through penalty. They did catch up, but not enough. It's 14 seconds between the two of them as they're heading through that section of the track now that we saw that instant for the 71 car. So the Huxley Racing, they can still sniff a podium here. They've still got an opportunity. If Fisu have any more issues with, or more run-ins with the race stewards, they could be seriously in trouble and could give Huxley Racing the opportunity of a podium.
So Huxley Racing is he's hoping for some misfortune to befall Juka Eskalinen in the Fisu Endurance SP9 machine, who is just approaching another TCR. That is a kinetic racing velocity machine that will let him on by. So about just under 14 seconds now, and it doesn't look like the gap might be closing there.
It does look like it's closing. Yeah, absolutely. They're giving it a good go as they're going up the hill. Up the hill, it is pretty much a mountain here that they go up. It's a very steep incline that they go up, heading towards the carousel, the top of the circuit. And it's just constant. It's just a constant increase in altitude up. And you can see that time is getting closer and closer, but that might be the effect of the lap traffic had to work the way through. But Huxley Racing then definitely giving us a possible challenge for the podium positions. Looking further down in your TCR field, we've got a 3-car queue of cars here. Volcano VLN White and Mikel Garcia. We've got T3 Esports Gamma with Mike Harang, who we saw finishing his pit stop just a lap ago. And Artifact Slow Pony, who they made their way past, right behind them, sticking with them, but dropping back just ever so slightly here in this battle. But 3 cars together in your TCR category, all battling out for 5th place.
It's not uncommon to see these 3-car battles for positions. It's definitely a very easy thing to do. With these cars, they just drive so well. They race so well. Any race that I see these cars in, it's usually an entertaining one. So, you know, it's really good to see that these touring cars are out here and racing today, because if there's ever a track to prove your skills in a touring car, or really any car, well, this is the track to do it on. And right now, Mike Reng is definitely trying to reel in Garcia in that Volcano VLN white machine, trying to fight for that 5th place. Gap about 6/10. That is not a number you wanted to see with the 666. Now 6/10, and hopefully, or at least hoping in Gamma's case, down to below half a second.
Yep, there you go. It goes below half a second, but there's no real overtaking opportunities around the section. So Gamma, they're going to have to wait until they get to Dottinger Hole, although Volcano battering that left curb then. That sent the car unsettled. It sent the car unsettled a little bit for Volcano. They're really pushing that car as Mikel Garcia. This is a great view, is this, from on board the TCR, of just what these cars, of the amount of movement that goes on with these TCR cars. And like I say, you've got a light rear end on these cars. You steer with the rear to a degree, and that's exactly what you're seeing from that car in front. Now that car's just bouncing around on the suspension, moving about at the rear to help turn that car around. But I think Orang, it's a matter of when now, because he's right on the tail of that Volcano car.
He's wanting to find his way through. He's looking to the right, but wasn't even able to get his nose in there. Garcia quickly slamming the door shut and trying to keep him behind him. Gap is definitely under half a second now, and it is going to continue to close. 3/10 now through the little bit of a jump, and that is... You know, just like I said earlier, how that turn, that little lip right before Flugplatz is my most favorite corner, vice versa, that is probably one of my most terrifying parts of the track, and Garcia getting a bit sideways there, managed to hang on to it, flat out now through these S-curves for your personal favorite part of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. The Beloff S, named after Stefan Beloff, the lap record holder, or he was the lap record holder around the Nürburgring. Coming up to lap traffic as well, SP3 class, hopefully doesn't get in their way. Hopefully they're able to work their way around this car so that these two can battle it down the straight compromise line. Contact with the T3 Esports car and the Mazda. Oh my goodness. What on earth was that about? This is going to allow Artifact Slow Pony to be able to come into this and make a move on that T3 Esports car. We'll have a look at that in replay in just a moment. But we'll see what happens here between these two now. All of a sudden it's gone from a battle for 5th to trying to hang on to 6th place. That's not going to work.
Romero going to find his way through, and let me tell you what, that is exactly what Garcia was hoping for, was for that exact scenario to happen. In Garcia's eyes, that played out like a dream come true for him, and unfortunately it played out like an absolute nightmare for Orang, who's now trying to hang on against Romero, but he's not able to get that done. He's actually trying to pull a little bit around the outside of the corner, but he's not fast enough to make that work. He's forced to back out of that one, and well, it's all falling apart for Mike Orang's fight for 5th.
Let's try and bring that up on screen then. Oh, we just caught the back end of it, so let's just go back a little bit more. So we see them catching up to that Mazda. Really? That was a little bit of impatience. You can't really make the move around the outside there, especially if the Mazda's not expecting it. And to be honest, I think the Mazda actually loses control a little bit as well. I couldn't see which Mazda that was actually that did that, but yeah, it wasn't going to work out well, was that?
It was the Fusio Endurance SP3 Mazda, the one that lost,
it's the
or the one that ended up
They've just come onto pit road.
Oh, exactly. I was about to say, no, they just came down to pit road, so more troubles overall for the Fusio Endurance team, just, you know, overall. So that's unfortunate for the 353 machine. There's not a lot of damage that I could see on that car, though. You wonder if that was a scheduled stop.
Let's have a look. Yeah, the car just understeered. It just understeered into the Audi that was coming past them. Yeah, I think this is just a scheduled stop for them.
Well, that's that's a big shame for, you know, both the future endurance machines and for, you know, that poor touring car that just kind of caught up in the mix of it. But, you know, it's again one of those things where, you know, drivers, they're just a little too impatient. I mean, I get it, we're coming to the final hour of the race, but that's the slowest car on the track. You know, you're going to be able to get away through there in another 2 seconds. And he was closing the gap. Like, you could tell he was going to get by him one way or another. If the next lap, he could have afforded to wait a bit more. He probably would have reeled in the gap again by the time they got to the end of that straightaway, but it decided to go for it a bit too early, and well, it's caused another incident.
Well, your race leader is 1 minute and 7 ahead of FISO Endurance. FISO Endurance, who of course will be due a pit stop soon. Huxley Racing are in third at the moment because T3 Esports Alpha are on pit road. Now, if it's a full service, they would have been out of pit road by now. They're having to get damage repaired on that 71 car here. So that is absolute disaster for them. And, I mean, it's just... They're having to get the rear of the car repaired, obviously. But it's costing them so much time. And they had an opportunity of a podium here. Huxley Racing, they'll be loving this.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be having, you know, a great time with this, because this means that they're basically going to get a free pass up into a podium position. So it's going to go very, very easily for them. So it's just a matter of, you know, closing in the gap and eventually getting by him once he's still sitting in the pits.
Well, we'll look back to that TCR battle because that's still the closest battle out there on track. Just worth mentioning that at the moment there are 40 cars out on track, one of which is in the pits getting repairs. There were 49 cars entered this event, 48 took the start, so we've had to... Oh, they had a crash. Right, good luck everybody. We're about to see if I'm about to break our replay function. Let's try and find out if we can see this crash.
Well, time to go on yet another little journey through history.
So they lost control there and they took the tour then. So let's see. Because they already had the damage from the incident we saw earlier on. Now I'm trying to see if this is yet another crash.
I'll have to wait and see. Down the hill and still flying around the corners. He's past where the incident happened originally, so it didn't happen there. On the brakes and got loose under braking and just couldn't hang on to it. And at that point, they just decided, all right, that's it. We're done. We're going to tow it. So that's a bit of a shame there for, you know, that T3 Esports Alpha machine.
And once again, the Nürburgring takes yet another victim. It's incredible as this circuit what happens. Here's a point to point out, by the way. According to my timing screen, this can't possibly be right. Team RSO, the 397 in your MX-5s, apparently the last pit stop took a 9-minute 15 pit stop.
Whew. That's longer than a GT3 lap.
I don't think that's right somehow, because they're still on the lead lap. of their category, of the SP3 category. So I think that's got a little bit awry.
Yeah, I'll give you that one for sure.
I don't know what's happened there. I'm trying to have a look to see if there's anything that gives me an idea as to what's happened there. But yeah, anyway. At least we know what's happening. So don't forget, everybody, you can have a look at live timing, racebot.tv/live. That's racebot.tv/live for live timing and scoring. Yeah, we got it right eventually. As that is still running. We've got an hour and 7 remaining in this race. What we are going to do is we're going to give you a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion. And why don't we give our SP3 class a little bit of love here. And let's go on board with not that car, because they're coming into the dotted hole. Let's make it a little bit more interesting. Artifact Racing. Let's go on board for a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion as they head into the carousel. There we go then, a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion for you all then on board the Artifact Racing 341 in your SP3 category. Close battling in your TCR class, and this is between the Winter-VLN White and Artifact Slow Pony with that T3 Esports Gamma car not that far behind. They must have some damage to that car for them to be just stuck behind for the time being here after that incident with the MX-5.
Indeed. So, you know, it clearly hasn't affected them all too much. They've managed to close in that gap, but they're ready to fight again. So with these three TCRs being very, very close now as they once again enter the Nordschleife section, and they do have the H-Con Racing team from Christian Brown a little ways up the road. They haven't necessarily closed that gap, but you know, Brown has not been able to pull away a whole lot either. So do you reckon that maybe if we get some, clean track, they could potentially catch him and give us a 4-car fight here?
You never know. I mean, as you mentioned, clean track. Oh, it's the Vulcano car. Do you know what? That is something that's been really noticing about that Vulcano car. Not really hitting all the apex. I need to send a postcard to a couple of those apexes, that's for sure, as they head on through that early section of the Nordschleife. This is crucial because you carry your speed off this corner all the way along here, and using the slipstream and the draft from the car in front to really draw yourself forward, and that's exactly what Artifact Slow Pony are doing right here. It's tough to make a move though, really. Maybe into Hamburg, but even then that's going to be tricky to do. Head on downhill towards Foxhole, and then you've got Adenauer Forest to come up.
Right.
It's tricky. It's going to be tricky to make a move in this section.
Well, heads up, they do have an Audi GT3 right behind them as well. They hit the bottom of the hill and now begin the fast charge back up the hill, and Audi right on their heels. Artifact Slow Pony runs a bit wide, gets loose, checks up Mike Arang.
That's a T3
and the T3
car.
Esports Alpha machine, yeah, having to, be a little bit more patient here as he tries to work his way through and not able to find a way through. Those touring cars not really wanting to give him any favors. Now, here's the tricky part about this here, Paul, is the fact that those TCRs are not entitled to let him by. They have the blue flag, but they are currently fighting for position in their own class. So I think they might be more concerned about getting their own battle figured out than letting a faster car through.
Well, that's it. Your blue flags are advisory in all endurance racing. I think around down the hill here is where the T3 Gamma car will be wanting to let the Alpha car by at some point. If nothing else, just to get them to start harassing those other TCR cars, to maybe give themselves an opportunity later on when the GT3 teammate is going past them. So, I mean, that could be an opportunity where teammates work together. Here we go. So the GT3 is working its way past. He's made his way past. Now he's behind that Artifact Slow Pony car. Oh, don't go for the move there. It's not really a place to overtake. This is where that GT3 needs to overtake now. Make his way past. Oh, taking the narrow side there. But it worked for him, and he's ahead of that Artifact Slow Pony car. Now he's just got the one car to get past, which is the Vulcano car. They should be running through. We've got an incident, and that's your race leading Porsche.
Well, just when you thought it wasn't going to get any more intense, there you go, your Porsche battle heating up, and oh, that was straight on into the Armco barrier for your race leading Porsche. So bad news for them, and what in the world? Oh, it was at the end of that very one of those very long straightaways, and coming around through the lip and down to the hairpin, and just missed the braking point, went straight on. While that was going on, the Gamma car for the T3 Esports machine found a way around Artifact Slow Pony around the outside of the turn.
Well, we'll just go to that in a second, but first we're going to give you the onboard. Jan Draker. Good grief, drama filled. This race has given us everything, and from the lead it was an easy lead as well for them. They are now out of the race. We'll turn our attention to the T3 Gamma car because we want to see what happened to them. Better exit than the Artifact Slow Pony car to get up the hill. This isn't easy. You need to cooperate between the two of you. We'll look from up above. From the aerial coverage brought to you by Amwern Designs, still not able to pull up alongside is that T3 Esports car, but it's through this left-hander, this tricky left-hander. You've both got to cooperate. You need to have a wheelbarrow in some cases to get through here, and do you know what? That was the Artifact Slow Pony car saying, do you know what? That is your spot. You can have that one.
And Mike Rang, he was determined to get that spot. he was on a mission there to get that spot secured. He was not willing to give an inch, and I think at that point, it was a game of chicken at some point when you're coming up to that fast corner like that. Both drivers know that there have been plenty of incidents there in just this race alone, and that is never cornered where you could go side by side through. Artifact realized this and he was like, I'm not willing to take that risk. So he bowed out, and that's let him rank up into the position. And now Romero has lost a bunch of time as well. So looks like he might be out of that fight altogether for now.
We're under an hour remaining in this race. And what a race it has been. It's been drama-filled from the first lap. You think the first lap, all those hours ago, how we had those incidents in the first lap with plenty of the GT4s struggling, and the GT3s as well. There were 4 cars had issues on lap 1 in GT3. So it's been drama-filled from the start, and this is just going to get more and more interesting towards the end. TCR has got a 3-car battle for 5th place still ongoing. You have got... Oh, we've got a car stopped! That's the HCON!
Oh!
That's the HCON racing team! How on earth did they end up like that?
2 wheels in the grass!
We'll go on board. We've got a couple of corners to go before we see it, but that is not easy to avoid, that accident, if you're the T3 Esports car or the Volcano car, because that is a blind corner all the way around them.
We're gonna watch here as Brown takes it over the hill, 2 left sides into the grass, swings it around, hits the arm barrier, and then comes right back onto the track. Didn't have much of a choice, and my goodness, bit of a close call there. So good job on the drivers, you know, listening to spotters, seeing that yellow flag, and making sure to adjust their line accordingly to keep out of the way. So gonna take it on board with the Volcano VLN wide to watch. The car spins right ahead of him and then starts to come back onto the track. It was really the 2 cars behind them where it got a bit tighter,
yeah, well,
on the track.
We'll look from on board the Artifact Slow Pony car, as we'll see from their point of view finally. But that is tricky because you can't see, especially from this car, you can't see what's happened around the corner. All of a sudden you're up over a crest. Oh, there's a car there! Let's get out of the way. Well done. Well done, Francisco Romero.
I think what was also helpful was with that HCOM machine, they didn't come back onto the track. They actually, well, they came back onto the track, obviously, but they didn't have much of a choice, but they didn't cross the track. Yeah. They kept it where they were to keep themselves, make sure they were at least being predictable. They were on the racing line, but if you're on the racing line, it's better to stay stopped there instead of trying to back across the track. So that way, you know, you can at least make sure that you're in a predictable spot for everybody else. So, you know, props to everybody involved. That could have been a lot worse than it was. Yeah, that could have been a multi-car incident there, but well done. Yeah, you correct in mentioning, well done to HCOM for getting on the brakes and for not getting in the way. Artifact Slow Pony allowing Turn Racing SimTools yellow past. Now that car is on the same pit stop strategy as Artifact Slow Pony, so we'll see how things turn out for them. I mean, this is... So we've had the leading car in your SP7 class have an incident. They're still on pit road, by the way. They're still getting service, getting damage repairs done to that car, and that'll take a while because that was a heavy hit into the tyre barrier. You've just had that incident with HCOM Racing Team. I think they went into the pits to change a pair of underpants, that's for sure, because they're back out again. They are down in 8th place, and I'm sure that there'll be a call out from the team just to say, all right, calm it down. It's all right. Let's get going again, and that's what they are. But they're in that final hour, so they could use that as their final pit stop and get out and away again if they were towards the end of their previous stint. Oh, and he's got pretty darn close to that grass as well on the outrights on the left side of the track. So he's got to get back into that rhythm and try to nail those apexes because. You know, that was fine on this part of the track, but if that was in the Nordschleife, it probably would have been another incident with the barriers. Meanwhile, the T3 Sports Gamma machine still all over the back end of Garcia, trying to find his way through. Makes a little look to the left, or to the right, excuse me, but still not able to make that one work as they once again thundered down the hill towards Foxhole. I'll tell you what, you could see the rear of the car moving about with how much steering input he was having to put in.
whilst under braking. The leading car from SP7 from your 911 Cup car category is now on pit road for their, what should be their final pit stop of this race. I think they're about the only car that hasn't got significant damage on pit road at the moment. The 343, look at the state of that racing centre car. The whole front end is missing from that, as the one of the GT3 cars leave pit road. That will be the Can-Am racing car. But yeah, we've got plenty of action still ongoing in this race. This is one that you'll wish that you weren't leaving towards the end of this race, won't you?
Absolutely. So, you know, everything is beginning to, you know, really shape up. We've got under an hour remaining, so less than a quarter of the race left. 50 minutes. You know, with 8-minute plus lap times, that really isn't that much time. Realistically, there's only about probably about 7 to 8 laps left in the race, period, if that. So not a lot of time left at all in reality to, you know, make stuff work. As well, there's about to getting split up now big time by Glacier Racing. Yeah,
as the Volcano car manages to pull out about a second of Fisu Endurance. What has happened to them? They've suddenly disappeared from my timing screen. I don't say they've had a technical problem here. It's towards the end of the lap. Please don't say they just disappear. Please don't say they just disappear. They just disappeared. That's a technical problem for them. Oh, they are back. No. They are back. So they're having a few little connection problems here. That is something that can happen in sim racing. And they're a minute and 6 behind the race leader overall. By the way, hats off to the SP10 category. We've got a lead battle. Less than a second between Artifact Race and a Vivatic dirt car.
It's been a while since we touched in with your GT4 class. I think the last time we did it, we were actually looking towards a battle for the race lead, and you know, both drivers that were up there, you know, they aren't fighting for the lead too much anymore. So well, now we got a couple new drivers that are going to be fighting for the lead here in your GT4 class with Artifact Racing and, of course, Ava Vervatic. So Dave Fetterman looking to run down Artifact Racing's 447 machine. And I think Fetterman was actually the car that was fighting for the lead the last time we tuned in on this too, wasn't he?
Yeah. So great effort from these drivers as they come onto the Nordschleife. And as we say, it's the first time we've seen this particular car in endurance racing on iRacing. And not a lot of people entered this race from that category, from the SP10 category. But well, I'd say that there was 10 entries in this one, but the thing is, they wouldn't have known the car, they wouldn't have known the ins and outs of how the car runs, how to set it up for a long race like this. So, you know, oh, a big moment for the leading car, Luke Pfeiffer. Good grief, did you see that?
Oh boy, so that's one of the hazards of those curves. You know, they are a little lifted up, and if you get your wheels on them too long, like he did, it can give you a little bit of a scare. So Artifact Racing up on the curves and jumps right to the left, and good job to keep that car under control. It was a very close one. A little bit of wheel work going on there for Luke Pfeiffer. So good job on him, though, to make that work. And certainly a close one. We almost had that battle in your Porsches end in disaster.
Yep, so we've got the battle here for your SP10 category. There's a battle going on in TCR for third place, although saying that the leading TCR car is now onto pit road. That is Team RSO, Cedric Nebelchik behind the wheel, dropping into pit road, and will take their final service here. We have battle in your TCR as well over third place because of the pit stop cycle going on at the moment. So couple of battles out there on track towards the end, but we have got pit stops ongoing here. Team RSO and Fisu Endurance in your SP3 category in the MX-5s, they are battling over fourth place in that particular class of car. So there are a few battles going on out there, and it's good to see that all happening here into the final hour of the race, because you can all too often have endurance races like this where suddenly there's a big gap and nobody's fighting and it's all a bit of a procession, but not this one. This has been a really good race to watch.
Absolutely, and you know, especially at tracks like the Nürburgring, you can definitely see those processions come out in full. So, the fact that we're seeing, you know, these battles shaping up, it's definitely something we want to see, and it's kept this race exciting from the drop of the green flag and right through to, well, not quite finished, to, well, exactly where we're at right now. So, everything has been looking very good in this race so far, and it's going to be looking to be a very entertaining final 45 minutes yet.
Into the left then we go with the Avervatic car, Dirk Federman. He gets a little twitch as well. So these cars move about, and they do give them a bit of a challenge. But they still look a really fun car to drive. Unfortunately, I've not had a chance to actually drive this car yet, so hopefully we'll be able to. I'll be able to get my hands on this soon. But yeah, it looks a fun car to drive. I've heard a lot of positive things about this car as well from teammates and from fellow people at Racebot TV as well. So giving us a good debut showing here as around the outside on the grass there. Oh, that's a deep intake of breath right there.
Oh yeah, so clearly they're still trying to put a good show for us, and I can agree, you know. I've been waiting for Iverson to put in GT4 cars for a very long time, so I'm very glad to see that we're finally getting this, and we're going to be getting the BMW GT4 pretty soon here as well. So that's going to be a very exciting car to have as well. You know, multiple GT4 cars running in the same race. It's definitely a car that I've been waiting to have around for a while, especially, you know, the Porsche Cayman. So, you know, birthday's coming up soon. It's on my list right now for that.
It'd be nice to have a proper one though, wouldn't it?
Oh, if I could take that one to real life, I would drive that one all day long.
But we've still got this battle going on then between these two. The SP7 class, the 911 Cup cars, there's quite big gaps in that one. Although saying that, second and third, there's 4.5 seconds between them. So we'll keep an eye on that timing as we go along. We've had the final pit stop for a couple of the TCR class cars as well, so they are out there, and the HCon car is actually all over the back of the Artifacts Le Pony car. In fact, they're trying to make moves through the arena section.
Not often do you see overtaking moves being done, you know, through the middle section of the arena, but they're making it work and trying to pull around the outside down to the hairpin. That's not a corner where you usually see passing taking place as well, but he's held on around the outside of the corner and he's made that move stick.
Great stuff there from Max Boat to be able to move forward a position and to gain that position, but he's going to be giving a draft to that Vulcano car, not the Vulcano car, going to be giving a draft to the Artifacts Le Pony car whilst they're trying to pull forward. There's also the Turn Racing Sim Tools yellow car behind them as well, so 3 cars close together there towards the end of this race. Final 3/4 of an hour of this race remaining. This Cayman battle is still ongoing. The overall lead of this race, there is going to be one more pit stop for first and second place. There's 1 minute and 12 between them, so really I don't see that one changing anytime soon, unless of course something dramatic happens to Swiss-German sim racing towards the end of this race. So pit stops. Aero Racing, I was mentioning about them being 4.5 seconds behind. They're now less than 1 second behind, battling for second place here. So they're back out after getting repairs. 9 minutes 20 it took to repair that car, but they're back out there and they're going to the end.
Well, it's good to see that they are back out once again after having some of those difficulties earlier on. So he is going to be definitely trying to put the power down, but back to your GT4 battle if I may, because Federman's got a massive run and he's going to get the pass done down that very, very long straightaway. And there's nothing that Artifact Racing can do about it. They have to just sit back and watch as that lead completely vanishes from sight.
Down towards the end of the lap then. Change of your lead. And it is Dirk Federman then for Ava Vivatic into the lead of this race with Artifact Racing in second. Not wanting to give the draft down the start and finish straight here. But Dirk Federman, a very experienced driver, knows what he needs to do here. Onto the brakes then. See the front end just dip down on the braking through turn number 1. You can take different lines through each of these corners through the arena section now. Try and get the cutback if you can. Try and go for dive bombs, or maybe try a wide line in and to get a tight line out. That's what we're seeing here from that Artifact Racing car. And Luke Pfeiffer trying his best to make it past. Not going to work though. And instead going to have to settle behind. Meanwhile, we've had a change of position. Turn Racing SimTools Yellow in your TCRs. They've moved up to 7th place now, ahead of Artifacts Le Pony. So that is another position gained, and Artifacts Le Pony dropping down the order in your TCR class. So change of position there. The as I say, the pit stops.daro, they are ahead now. They've made it ahead of Black Backmarker Racing Orange. So second place then for your SP7 category. And Dan Draker trying to make amends for that mistake that he made going in towards Amberg.
And lead swapping again for your GT4 class, side by side in the Nordschleife section right now. Lou Pfeiffer managed to get the pass done, and that was through a better drive out to that final chicane to the GP section of the track. Managed to get it done. So a little bit of a flash of the headlights there from Fetterman. So seems like these two guys are definitely wanting to race. This is, I'll tell you what, Paul, this is some brilliant racing we're seeing here between your two Porsches. Both the drivers are being very, very respectful, but both are racing very, very hard, trying to keep the spots. And you can tell these are two very evenly matched drivers, and both of them know exactly what needs to be done. And that is a very clean pass, and it just goes to show you that much like the touring cars, it seems like these GT4s can race really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Johto Racing, I noticed on my timing screen, were not running well, and I'm just trying to see. It was all while that was going on, and that's what's happened there. They've locked the rear brakes going into the slowest corner on the track, and that's just caused them to have a little issue. Nothing too serious there though. They're back up and running and ahead of the Team RSO car from your GT4 category. So the SP10, sorry, car behind the SP9 car as we're heading on as Team RSO. What could have been for them in your SP9 category. Change of driver. They're getting repairs done. Away they go. Nils Benedict then pulls away and down in 8th place. Not been their day at all here. Started off in the first hour, really, didn't it, Nolan, with the disaster for them into the wall, and then just carried on from there. Oh, is it spinning? And spinning right
really?
there
Again. So, well, that's embarrassing right there. They went way too deep coming out of the pits and almost went off the track, and then they spun it in the very next corner. So that's a little embarrassing there for Team RSO as we take a look at some other action on the track to maybe take some of the attention off, and two of the Porsches having to go at each other.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's pitstops.ro Racing and Backmarker Racing Orange. So it's Dan Draker versus Sebastian Boscher Williams through the left into this tricky section. Really, you can't really make any moves through this section of the track. It's all about putting the pressure on, try and force the mistake out of them. Speaking of making mistakes, I believe we've had a little mistake for the 222 car. Once again, it's not been their day at all. They've had penalties, they've got involved in a couple of incidents, and then here at turn number 1, they've gone very deep into the gravel a little bit and back up and running.
It's a big shame for, quite a few drivers like that in the field where they just cannot seem to get the type of rhythm that they need to be able to have a good run. It's a really big shame for quite a few of them, as looking back to your Porsches, we really have two different types of Porsche battles. Of course, got this one for second in the 911 GT3 class, and then of course you got the ones in the Cayman GT4 class, which no positions have swapped yet this lap, but they are staying pretty close, about the same as what we got here, the 911 GT3 battle. So I'm keeping eyes on both of them and see which one of them will bring us more action. Will it be the GT3 or the GT4?
We'll have to wait and see. Dirk Federman in your GT4 car, the SP10 class. They are right up behind us, Vivatic, through the quick left-hander, trying to put the pressure on, up over the hill, through the right, in towards a slow right-hander here. This is a tricky corner. It's so easy to overshoot that, and there's no runoff there, so you end up in the wall very quickly if you're not careful. And then in towards the carousel, down on the gears and the brakes. Look at how that artifact car took that carousel a lot better than the Ava Vivatic car, and just was able to pull out a couple of tenths through that.
I think on the brakes a lot later than Ava Vivatic did, for sure. So seems like one of those drivers is a little more confident than the other in the run through the carousel, and it's an area on the track where there isn't a lot of runoffs, so you need to make sure you don't make mistakes. Well, I mean, arguably, the whole track in the Nordschleife section doesn't have a lot of runoff, and some sections definitely lesser than most, and this section is certainly one of them. And you can already tell, though, Federman's already closing the gap again. So, you know, it's one of those things where got a couple drivers that are just a little more confident in other sections, but the drivers that they're fighting with, they're going to gain it back sometime or another.
As we're heading through towards the end of the lap, on the brakes, through the right. Try not to clip that curb too much because it is quite a big curb. Through the right here, carry the speed. You can run it out wide up over that curb if you need to. Over to the right hand side, brake. Late apex on this left hander. You can use the curb on the right there. It can unsettle the car as you go through. You're going to reach the jump here. Generally you find people just hit the brakes just slightly sometimes before the jump, but in this car they go afterwards. And look at that mistake from Artifact Racing, running wide. This is the opportunity that Ava Vivatic need as they're heading down through the Bell FS.
That's one of the consequences of being a little more confident on the brakes. You tend to make mistakes a little more often, and Federman almost running into the grass, but keeps the car under control. Lost a little bit of time, though, to make sure that he didn't send that car around. So down through the these little S's, and it's going to be down through the littler carousel. Not quite sure what the corner's called. That's the one. Kleiner carousel. Thank you. That's the one corner name that I never remember.
I mean small carousel.
Oh, there you go. I've learned some German today. Kleiner carousel. So off through the final corner before we once again reach the very long straightaway. How long do you think that straightaway is? Because I would reckon that makes up a good 2 kilometers of the track alone.
Well, on the right, left-hand side of the screen there's a 20-kilometer board. So that's how far into the track they are, and they carry on. They're about to pass a 21-kilometer board as they come up over the rises. Here we go. Change of position in your SP10 category. The Porsche Caymans are catching up to some Mazda traffic as well with your SP3 traffic. Under the Bilstein Bridge. Into this dip and then uphill again. Onto the brakes. Very tricky because you're turning and braking at the same time. Through the right, through the left. Nicely timed to catch up that Artifact Racing Mazda as they go past for another lap here on this race. 33 minutes and 47 seconds remain in this race here. It has been an absolute barnstormer of a race here today. Brilliant stuff to watch as they come through the right-hander. What we will do then is we'll go on board with this battle in your GT4 to give you our final Racebot TV fan immersion, and it will be time for us also to say goodbye to Mr. Nolan Rempel. Nolan, just your final thoughts on this race before we're heading over to our Racebot TV fan immersion.
Well, I'm sad I have to leave. This is such a good fight that's been going on that, you know, I really want to stick around to see how this will turn out. But, you know, I can tell you what, Paul, you're going to have a very entertaining final half hour of this race, and best of luck to you. Best of luck to all the drivers. Thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you very much, Nolan. And so let's give you Racebot TV fan immersion on board with the 447 of Artifact Racing. Minutes remain here in this final round of the Winter-VLN 2019-2020 season presented by Artifact Racing. My name is Paul Smith. I was joined by Nolan Rempel for the majority of this broadcast. Unfortunately, Nolan's got prior commitments. It means that he has to go off and prepare for them. So you'll be stuck with me for the rest of this race. But whilst we'll be keeping an eye on this battle here, we will quickly take you through the standings in this race. First of all, the SP9 category, currently led by Swiss German Racing. 2 minutes 12 is the gap at the moment, but they do owe us a final pit stop in this race ahead of Fisu Endurance. Huxley Racing are in third place. They'll be delighted with that if they could keep that position all the way to the end. T3 Sports Alpha, what could have been for them really? They got into a wall, got damage, and then had enough of spin which put them into another wall, and they had to take a turn and take some repairs on that one. Tango Racing, been an eventful race for them in the 42 car. They are in 5th place ahead of Jota Racing, who sit 1 lap down. The first of your GT3s is 1 lap down. Can-Am Racing, 7th. Team RSO, another team that will be basically thinking, what could have been here in this race? The next group of cars that we're going to focus on is going to be these drivers here in the Lipkivik Motorsports leaders here in this race. 1 minute 10 ahead of Pitstops.ro Racing, who had basically led from the start of this race. They dominated this field here, but then a mistake down at Amberg meant that they went straight on into the barriers, had to take significant repairs to the car. 9-minute 20 pit stop for them, and that dropped them down to third place initially, but they got ahead of Backmarker Racing Orange, who were in third. Cabot Gold, they have had, I think we'll safely say, an eventful race. They are in fourth race. They've had multiple incidents. They've had a penalty as well in this race. Team Pro Drive with eSport VLN 5th, with the Racing Society in 6th place. And then German Sim Racing Red were the last of the cars in that particular category. They are not finishing, they are out of this race. That's SP7. Next to look at will be your GT4s, the Caymans. This is a Mazda running slowly with a blown engine there. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But of course, your leader is Ava Vavatic Durr, currently leading that category by just 9/10 of a second. We'll be keeping an eye on that battle between them and Artifact Racing. Falcon Motorsport Friends, they are in third place with PCDC Motorsports Red. They were a team that were battling for the lead very early on in this race. They'll be disappointed that they got ended up in a wall and caused themselves some damage, caused them to take some repairs. Turn Racing Sim Tools Esports are in 5th, the last of the lead lap runners in your SP10 category. T3 Esports Beta with Team RSO running down 7, 6 and 7. Team 437, well, they're a team that had an incident. They ended up having to take it back to the pits and retired the car, along with the Team Motorsport Dreams car of the 404, and then Full Send Racing also do not finish this race. Team RSO, by the way, in 7th place, are currently on pit road and have been for 11 minutes. So that's those cars. Now, for your TCRs, well, it has been an utter domination in TCR from Team RSO. They are the leaders. Kinetic Racing Velocity 5 seconds behind. So Kinetic Racing have really caught up in this final stint. This is how the pit stops have worked out for them. Third place for Sim Sport News by iZone with T3 Esports Gamma, who got involved with that Mazda that we saw in the last hour. Ended up scraping the wall. Volcano VLM White are in 5th, not that far behind them, but they've got HCon Racing Team and Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow right behind them. That's a good 3-car battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Artifact Slow Pony are in 8th place, and then the rest of the TCR cars are still running. You've got Wannabe SRT Silver, Damage Beyond Recognition, who got significant damage earlier on in the race with a big incident with a 222. Boosted Motorsport VLN, who got caught up in the incident with the bad rejoin of one of your cars that's retired earlier on, as HCon taking a little bit of a slide, well held there by Max Boer. Also, Can-Am Racing White are still in the race, as we've got a TCR car off, and that is the Wannabe SRT Silver car. They had to get out the way and have decided that a tow is the best course of action. Let's just see what happened here to Wannabe. Hit the curb, bounced across into the wall. That's a heavy hit there for them. So that's them down to 10th place, but potentially end up losing a position. They were more concerned there at that point of getting out of the way. They have taken a tour back to the pits. Finally, Glacier Racing then in your SP3. They are leading that particular category 10 seconds ahead of Ava Vanatic Bastion. And then they're a country mile ahead of Artifact Racing, who are on pit road at the moment. They have just had their final service. There is a little car on pit road. I believe that's the racing centre car, the 343. That's the one with the blown engine onto pit roads. Their day is pretty much done, with there only being 22 minutes remaining. Glacier Racing then in the lead, they've advanced in second. Artifact Racing 341 are in third. Team RSO rounding out the top four. Fisu Endurance 5th place there, and E-Racing Team VLN in 6th place. Racing Centre then, we just saw the 343 head onto pit road with a blown engine, and their 342 counterpart is also a number of laps down. In fact, they've retired that car. Also retired from your SP3 category is the Kinetic Racing Momentum car, and the German Sim Racing Green car did not take the start. That is your order then, as we head in towards the end of this race. We were keeping an eye on the battle in... Oh my goodness, there's a GT4 car! Oh, is that Artifact Racing? It is! That was in your battle for the lead of your SP10 category. Let's get a look at this one then on replay, see what on earth has happened to them. It's coming uphill through the left-hander. Is it going to be another one at this left-hander? Onto the grass. Bang! Heavy impact into the wall. I don't know, Forrest there. Good grief. We'll take another look from on board of that car. It's so easy to do this here. Down into Foxhole. Up the hill once again. They've taken the tour back to the pits, but they've run wide there, onto the grass. The back end kicks out, and heavy impact with the front end into the wall. Luke Pfeiffer realises that it's game over. Tries to turn it round, doesn't work, and look at them. They're in pit road. They are out. They were battling for the lead with Dirk Federman, and they are out. Absolute heartbreak for them here at the end of the race. Boosted, they're on pit road. They look like they've got damage to their car. Well, we're going to have a look and see what's happened to them now, because they've been on pit road. Let's look at Boosted. They've been on pit road. We're going to find out. They've come onto pit road with damage. Where has that damage occurred? They've already got it there. Apologies, everyone. I'm determined to find out what's happened here to the Boosted car. Well, it's obviously occurred earlier than this. We can't go any further back than this, unfortunately, on the replay. But yeah, they're on pit road. They had a nightmare of a start. By the way, your race leader is also onto pit road in this race. Everything happening here, and we've got 19.5 minutes remaining of this race. This has been a sensational race, and it's been a cracking end to this one as well. Through turn number 1 goes your race leader then. Final pit stop done for them. In your SP9 category, the gaps are just huge. There's no battles going on in that. There was the battle in your SP10 category, but that's now come to an end. Really, the battle that's going on at the moment is here in TCR, because even in SP3 there's no battle really going on here. So TCR is where the battle is. So T3 Esports Gamma have made it up to 4th place. Turn Racing SimTools Yellow are putting the pressure on Volcano VLN Racing White. Or VLN White, should I say, not Racing. Through the hairpin they go then. Turn 2 of the arena. This is where they can make some moves. There's still time. There's still plenty of time remaining here. I reckon they've got about 3 laps remaining in this race at the final corner of the arena section. So there's no panic needed right now. They can take the time, put the pressure on, cause the mistake. We've seen Garcia has been a little bit wild at times as they're making their way past the black traffic. Garcia going defensive here. Not the best run onto the back straight here of the Grand Prix loop. This is an opportunity now for Jeffrey Aron. Can he make the move in towards the chicane? He's going to hang back, is he? Yeah, hanging back, not making the move here. You want to carry the speed through the chicane and get the move done. If you want to do it before the Nordschleife, you want to do that move into there. It's not forthcoming, so he's going to hang back and just bide his time. And that's clever. It's clever thinking. You've got a potential 5th place coming up here. This is what you're fighting for now. 5 seconds ahead of them is that T3 Esports car. So 4th place isn't out of question yet. They've still got the opportunity to come through the right-hander. Now the left. You could use this curb on the right here. Not so much that one on the left. This curb here, you want to hook your front right over that one. It drags the car around to then head you down through here. Getting ready for taking flight. Up over the top of the hill. Oh, having to brake mid-corner. Is that Vulcano car? This is the opportunity that Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow needs. Oh, don't go too wide through here. Well, they are. They're giving it a go. Are they going to cooperate with each other? Turn Racing are ahead. Great move, using the better run to get the job done. In towards Amberg, downhill towards Foxhole. So that's a position swap then for them. Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow up to 5th place here in the final 16 minutes of this season finale. On the brakes. Trying to work the car away from Vulcano now. Trying to get away from them. HCon, they're only 2.5 seconds behind these two as well. So if they continue battling, this can bring Max Bort into this battle. So I wouldn't write him off yet. This is your closest battle on track at the moment. Everybody else is pretty much spread out, apart from the fact that Kinetic, they are getting closer and closer to your TCR leader. Your TCR leader has got some damage on the front left of the car, by the way. I've just noticed. Can't really see it on that. I'm trying to find us a view. You can't really see it on that either, unfortunately. That's the best view, really. So that right there, that's where the damage is. And this is affecting the top speed, obviously, of your race leader in your TCR field. And if he's got suspension damage, Nils Carstensen could be struggling through the corners as well. Through the right, heading towards the end of the lap. Yeah, that front left damage is going to cause him to lose about 4 or 5 Ks of top speed compared to Kinetic Racing Velocity. And Matthias Magnussen, we can see some moves happening very shortly indeed. Just to keep you abreast of everything going on, Swiss German Sim Racing do still lead this race. It's 1.5 minutes they lead by. In your SP7 class, it is Ava no, it's not. It's Litkovic Motorsports who lead that one by over 1 minute. In your SP10 category, it's Ava Vivatic who lead that one by 2 minutes 8. That's an unbelievable lead there for Dirk Federman then in that category. This is the battle that we're looking at the moment. Your race lead in your TCR, it's 2.4 seconds. They've got GT3 traffic catching up to them here as well. And in your SP3 category, it is Glacier Racing and Ava Vivatic, who are 12 seconds between those two, so don't write that one off yet. This is where you're going to see that speed count. You're going to see that time close down because of the damage to the front of his car. And Nils will want to use the slipstream from this GT3 car as much as possible. He's also trying to use the MX-5 as well. Look at how much that gap has come down the Dottinger Hohe. Okay, reports Team RSO have crashed. Oh, so they crashed at, oh my goodness, I'm not even trying to pronounce that one, Cedric. So, as they go across the line then, for another lap. 8 minute 54.5 for Team RSO, Kinetic with an 8:52.4. So this is the the battle with the closest. In terms of your leading battles, it's the closest one. Kinetic Racing Velocity have pitted a lap earlier than Team RSO. Will that come into effect? Will fuel saving have to come into effect here? I doubt it, because you can usually get about 7 laps out of this TCR car. Through the right at the hairpin. The cut through between the Grand Prix loop. Onto the back straight, head towards the chicane once again. This is it's been such a good race, this has. Okay, there's been a few incidents involved, one really unsavoury incident. But it has been a really entertaining race, and I hope you've all enjoyed this, because this has been a fantastic race going on here. Through the left. Slowly they are gaining. We will have a look at the point standings towards the end of this race to see how things stand at that point in time, but not yet. We're into the final 10 minutes of this race. Time is running out for Kinetic. If they were only 2 seconds a lap faster the last time round, they really need to get up to the tail of Team RSO, because really they're going to have 1 lap to do it in. Up over the crest once again. Through the right. This is really intriguing. This is a fantastic battle, and this is one that's just going to come down to pure speed, pure top speed. The gap will decrease here. One of the highest speed sections of the track onto the brakes. RSO just running a little bit wide there through Hamburg. Of course, Nils Carstensen will be looking to make up the time in the corners. That's where he'll be wanting to gain the time. These two, they have 1 minute and 30 between themselves and 3rd place, so they don't need to worry about any attacks from behind. Backmarker Racing Orange are onto pit road for their final pit stop. A little splash and dash for them from 3rd place. In your SP7 category, through the left, onto the brakes. This is where the pressure starts coming on now. This is where you really start trying to apply the pressure. Through the right. Through the S's. Left. Right. Miss, hit, miss. And then the slowest corner on the track here. This is the trickiest corner to get your braking right. So easy to make a mistake through there. Get the late apex. Then through the right on the power. Use as much of the track that's available to you as possible. Right onto the brakes. Left. Rise up steep inclines. You don't need to brake that much through it for this right-hander. Still a steep hill. We're going to be rising a significant amount of altitude now, but we're in the slipstream. Look at that gap right there, 0.6 of a second. We could be bump drafting up the hill here. Here we go then, Mats Magnusson can bide his time, doesn't need to panic. Can wait for the Dottinger. Doesn't have to make a rash move. Or maybe you do, maybe you just get it out the way. Here we go, slipstream coming into effect. It's pulling up alongside. This is a battle for the lead in TCR. In towards the left, who's going to back out? It's going to be the RSO car having to relinquish the lead then. Kinetic Racing Velocity, Mats Magnusson into the lead of your TCR category with 6 minutes remaining in this race. Great stuff, great hunting down. And now it needs to pull away. Now RSO, they can try and mitigate that damage by sitting in the draft here. And it could help them towards the end of the race. We've got an incident for T3 Esports Alpha. They've had an incident down at the Vidal chicane. Let's have a look then. We'll go back to that TCR lead battle. In fact, we'll go to TCR 6th and 7th in a moment. Into the chicane. Back end just does not want to cooperate. And around they go. Back to live pictures then. Look at this. This is a battle for 6th and 7th in your TCR as well. It's H-Con in 7th. Vulcano right, VLN White in 6th place. Again, looking to carry the speed up the hill. Can they do it? Max Boer in that unique livery. It's a bit wild, is that? I thought it was metallic to start with in the opening hours of the race, in the darkness, but as it's become lighter, it is actually white. Using the slipstream, now Vulcano. They have made the odd mistake here and there. So you can pressure them, you can put the pressure on and try and force the mistake out of them. Not going to be a move done up here though. Not towards the carousel. There is another battle in TCR as well. TCR giving us all the battles here. T3 Esports Gamma. Mike Orang is ahead of Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow. We saw that 223 car make it past Vulcano. And they are making moves forward. So they want 4th place. They want to get as far up as possible. But RSO then on the back of that Kinetic Racing Velocity car. Down to Nottingham. This is where the draft will come into effect and help out that RSO car. And Nils Carstensen is gaining and gaining and closing right up to the rear end of that Kinetic car. And he's going to sit there. He's going to sit there now, pulling out, looking to make the move. But the problem is that car will stall out, not being under the draft. Has to duck back in, and that could be the downfall with that damage. But giving it absolutely everything here, these two. Across the line again. For yes, another lap here. And the question is, where is your race leader, your overall race leader? That is what we need to look at in a second, as RSR looking to make the move into turn number 1. There's Carstensen. Not making the move so far. Your race leader will be on his final lap here. There's only 2 minutes 18 remaining, so this will be the final lap of the race for him. It'll be the final lap for these two as well. Time is running out. Look at how close these two are now. Turn Racing Sim Tools yellow. Right on the rear bumper of the T3 Esports Gamma. Running onto the grass there. Onto the Dottinger Hohe. In the draft here. Trying to make the most of this. Not a lot the T3 Esports Gamma can do here. Down the Dottinger Hohe, and that's going to be a change of position then. 4th place for Turn Racing Sim Tools yellow. As behind them, HCon Racing, they are making a move as well. I can see my timing screen, but we'll keep with these two as they go through towards the chicane at the end of the lap. And that is going to be the change of position confirmed then. We will look back because HCon have made it past Winter-VLN White as well. So that's a change of position for HCon up into 6th place. HCon Racing Team, Max Boer, up into 6th. If you hadn't had that spin going onto the Dottinger Hohe about an hour ago, it's a case of what might have been. If is the biggest word in motorsport, and the Nürburgring certainly proves that as we're heading in to the final lap for these two drivers now. Great, this has been a fantastic race. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself with this one. Yes, I'm having to call the final shots of this on my own, but this has been sensational. It's been great as this. Kinetic, they're still in the lead of the TCR category. But you got to say, hats off, Swiss-German sim racing. They have been sensational. The timer is going to reach 0 in 5 seconds time. And then we will have the official confirmation that this is the final lap of the race. It's been sensational from them at the front there. I'll show you the gap that they've got. 1 minute and 57 seconds. Unbelievable, the performance from them. They haven't led all the way. And it's shown, but when they've needed to be in and around, they have certainly been in and around and putting the positions in. This team, Litkivik Motorsports, they have actually done really well. They were in second place for a while towards the final hour of the race, and then the mistake from the pit stops.ro racing car meant that they went and took the lead here in this race. Great drive from them, 50 seconds ahead. Pit stops.ro. Ava Vivatic, I mean, they've been in and around this lead battle all race long. They've been battling with several others, and they're the ones that are coming out on top of that one. They are 2 minutes 7 ahead, and then we've still got this battle here. TCR, half a second between the two leaders. Well, this has been great stuff. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, even if my voice is feeling a little bit worse for wear for this one. It has been brilliant. So drivers, they've put everything on the line here throughout the race. They've made mistakes. There's been issues for them. But we can certainly say that this has been one heck of an entertaining race, and I'm glad you've all enjoyed it here on Racebot TV. Don't forget, this is the Winter-VLN series, the 2019-2020 season, presented by Artifacts Racing. Thank you so much to them for their support of the series, and also the admins as well, the work that they put in. And don't forget, live stewarding in the series, and it's made a difference. It certainly has throughout this race and throughout this season. So hats off to them for all the support and the work that they put in as admins. But here we go then, Swiss-German sim racing. They've just got a few more corners to go, plus the Dottinger Hohe through the Kleine Carousel. Got this long sweeping right-hander heading on to the Dottinger Hohe. They can almost taste the champagne and the victory in that SP9 category and overall in this race. They're weaving with delight there. They're happy with their performance here today. They're flashing the headlights. They've earned this TV time here. Down the Dottinger Hohe. They're going to go past, I believe that's the that's one of the Mazdas. I'll have to keep an eye out for the leading Mazda, but through the final few corners now. It's been a sensational performance by Fabian Hari. Put it all on the line at one point, but he's going to see the checkered flag first, and he is victorious here in the Winter-VLN Endurance Championship. Fantastic work from your race winner. Let's have a look at the rest of your field. Your SP7 leader, Little Kiv Motorsports, coming towards the end of their lap. The TCR is also coming towards the end of the lap. Eva Vivatic have got quite a while to go yet. And Glacier Racing, they've started their lap. So they've got another 9 minutes, nearly 10 minutes before they could come across the line here. We'll keep an eye on this TCR class battle for the time being. On towards the Dottinger Hohe now. It's going to be enough for Kinetic Racing Velocity to be out there in front. They're going to see the line first in the TCR, although RSO, they are catching. They're giving it absolutely everything here, Niels Carstensen. He wants the opportunity of a race win in your TCR category. Do or die. That's what they say. Can he make a move? Kinetic, oh, left the door open! Oh, almost contact between the two of them! There is contact between the two of them! RSO into the back of Kinetic! Huge crash with your race-leading TCRs! Sensational ending here in your TCR category! Unbelievable! Kinetic Racing Velocity, they get up and running. What about RSO? Team RSO, they're there as well. And it's going to be a win for Kinetic. Wow, what an end to the race there. And I think RSO, they'll be the first to hold their hands up and say, yep, that's fair cop, is that one. Good grief. We've got the SP7 leader coming along now as well. And this is going to be a win. It was an unexpected win for them, but Litkevik Motorsport, they'll take the win. Jan Magnus Granson will take the victory there. Wow, what a way to end this race. Dirk Federman, he's still running. He's your leading SP10 category, but we have to say that finish there in your TCR, sensational. I said it was do or die. We'll have a look back whilst we can. Let's go back another 40 seconds to these two. We'll look from off board because we saw it on board then. Kinetic, they just left a gap there, and as soon as RSO made contact with the curb, it was always going to be ending up in contact there. One of your GT3s had to get out the way. But what a sensational end then. Good grief. You gotta say, hats off to even attempt that, because that takes a lot of guts, does that? That's for sure. I don't think they'll be happy with that, will Kinetic. Waiting for the final two race leaders now. We've got your SP10 leader right here on screen at the moment. That is Dirk Federman in the Ava Vivatic car. Glacier Racing, God blimey, they've still got a long while to go yet before they finish their race there. Well, we said it was a dramatic race, and it certainly proved to be as such as well. But here we are then, Ava Vivatic, they're going to be the first ever winners in the SP10 category in the Winter-VLN series in the Porsche Cayman GT4 car. He's weaving down the Dottinger Hohe. He knows that he is going on to victory. 2 minutes and 7 seconds between him and second place. It's been sensational performance from Dirk. Into the final chicane then. And they're going to come across the line then as victors here in this race. Come across the line now. Flash of the headlights, and Dirk Federman for Ava Vivatic is a race winner here. First time in your SP10 category. Congratulations to Ava Vivatic for that victory. Glacier Racing, they're still only about halfway through the track here in this one. And that is, they are the last car on track to have started this final lap. But look at that, the race winner then, going round there at the end. Worth pointing out, second place for pitstops.ro Racing in your SP7 category. And we'll go through the full results in just a few moments. So unfortunately we can't give you the results yet because we're waiting for the final few cars to come across the line here. But great stuff. Entertaining. Thoroughly enjoyed that race. Now here we go. Here's a battle. Second and third place in your SP10 category. Onto the Dottinger Hohe. Oh, and PCDC have made a mistake right at the end. Right when they had the opportunity of a second place. We'll look from on board. They had the opportunity of a second place right in front of them. And I think they realised the opportunity was there. Come into the right-hander. Run too wide. Onto the grass. Into the wall. Spin it round. That's the second time that this car has been into one of the barriers here. I hope they took out the barrier insurance. They're going to finish with no bonnet to their car. Falcon Motorsport friends, they're going to come round now to take second place in category. Flash of the headlights. Well done to them. Across the line. And we're just waiting for those final few cars to come. But what we will do is we will now be able to give you your GT3 results first of all. So let's do that right about now. Let us give you, in fact, when it actually lets me change that to that one. Here is your GT3 results then. In your SP, oh, it says SP7 there, it's actually SP9 category. It's Swiss-German Sim Racing who won that one ahead of FISU Endurance by 2 minutes and 1 second. Huxley Racing, great performance then. Sean Farrington will be delighted with that. Third place for them. T3 Esports Alpha in fourth with Tango Racing 42 in fifth. Can-Am Racing ended up finishing that one in sixth place with Johto Racing, got involved in a few incidents, seventh. Team RSO, again another team that had a few incidents, rounding out the 8 cars that finished, and then 2 cars that did not finish. Ninth place for the TQ Engineering blue car, and Ava Vivatic Yuri was the last non-finisher of that category. We can give you also your SP7 results, which will show as SP10. Sorry, there's been having problems with the graphics today, but Little Kivic Motorsports, the winners of that one by 48.7 seconds ahead of Pit Stops Aro Racing. They'll be gutted with that one that they didn't end up winning that race by country margin. Backmarker Racing Orange in third place. Cabot Gold fourth with Team Pro Drive Esport VLN fifth. Racing Society in sixth place, and German Sim Racing Red did not finish the race. Next one then will be your GT4s. It'll say SP9, but it's actually SP10, and it was Ava Vivatic who won that one. Dirk Federman 2 minutes 8 ahead of Falcon Motorsport Friends with PCDC Motorsports Red in third place. Turn Racing Sim Tools Esports in fourth. Artifact Racing fifth, 1 lap down with T3 Esports Beta sixth. Team RSO 7th with Team 437 not finishing 8th, along with Team Motorsport Dreams, Full Send Racing as well. TCR then, 12 cars and 12 finished, and it is Kinetic Racing Velocity who win that one just ahead of Team RSO with that dramatic ending there to take the win. Third place for SimSport News by iZone, we're finishing off the podium. Then Turn Racing Sim Tools Yellow finishing just 1.5 seconds ahead of T3 Esports Gamma. HCon Racing Team 6th with Volcano down in 7th. Artifact Slow Pony 8th with Damage Beyond Recognition 9th. Wannabe SRT Silver 10th place. Can-Am Racing White rounding out your 11th with Boosthead Motorsports VLN rounding out the final positions. And then finally, last but by no means least, SP3. It is Glacier Racing who win that one by an entire lap ahead of Ava Vivatic Bastion. Artifact Racing 341 are third place in the end. Team RSO 4th. FISU Endurance 5th with E-Racing Team BVLN 6th. Racing Centre, both their yellow car and the main car, 7th and 8th place. 9th place for Kinetic Racing Momentum, and the German Sim Racing green car did not take the start. That is all the official results. We will just take a quick break here, and then the post-race show will be coming up. Gives me a chance to just give my voice a little bit of a rest. Stay tuned, we've got the post-race show next.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. Side by side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead.
Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Loma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett low. 4 wide at the stripe. For Audis win here on this outside line. Neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out? Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
Welcome along to the post-race show here for the Winter-VLN 2019-2020 season finale, presented by Artifact Racing. My name is Paul Smith. Thank you so much for joining us throughout that broadcast. What a sensational race that was. Brilliant ending to it as well. High drama, if nothing else. But we will get underway with our post-race interviews, and we are going to start off with the driver who can say that he is the debut winner in SP10 in the Porsche Caymans. Dirk Federman, just talk us through that race, because the gap was big at the end, but it wasn't that easy throughout the race.
No. In the beginning, it was quite hard to go with the pace for the Dunkin' Donuts GT4. After the pit stops, Tim Greve was really far away, and I had to really haul, to be really quick. But I don't know what happened to him. I got a message from him. I'm done, and he left. I have to look up that.
Yeah, they had a little incident. There was a little bit of a stutter from what they were describing. So it was unfortunate for them. But they that team it was the 437 car, and also the PCDC Motorsports red car in the Dunkin' Donuts car. Those two really gave you some pressure to start with.
Yeah. Especially, after I had a really far lead, like about a minute or so, and then the concentration went away, and then I crashed at Arenberg because it didn't brake for Schwingkreuz, and nursed the car home and had a little bit of a fight with Luke at the end, but he crashed as well. The car isn't bad to drive, but quite a challenge sometimes.
But you can say that you are the debut winner of the SP10 category here in the Winter-VLN series. Just final thoughts on the championship, and who would you like to thank?
It was a good season, at least for me. Began a bit of. I had a rocky start, but at the end, I won now the last 2 races in the class. I would like to thank Race Control, of course, and I really have to say sorry to the MX-5 that I killed at Stefan Belloff is. I'm really, really sorry.
Well, thank you for joining us, Dirk, and congratulations on the race win.
Thank you.
So it's Dirk Federman, then race winner in your SP10 category. Let's speak with your race winner from the SP3 category in the Mazda MX-5s, Joni Hagner. Talk us through that race, because that wasn't an easy race for you guys in the MX-5s.
Yeah, it needed a bit fuel saving in the first stint, and then better strategy than others, because it's like almost impossible to break the draft if there is a good driver behind.
But then, of course, we saw in that first stint that there was a queue of 4 or 5 cars, but then after the pit stops, it all started to break apart, and you were able to push on forward and eventually found yourself in the lead.
Yeah, it was we were like maximum fuel saving in the first stint, and we took a bit less fuel than others for the second, and created a bit of a gap there and break the draft. So it was possible to make a gap.
And of course, you were the only team. You finished a lap ahead of everyone else in your category, so you must be delighted with the performance here. How was your season as a whole, though?
Well, the first two races was a bit bad because they ended in the crash. But then we won the rest of the races, and this was definitely the closest one by far.
Well, before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank whilst you're here?
Yeah, thank you for my team and for Visual Endurance also.
Well, thank you very much, Joni, for joining us, and congratulations on the race win.
Yeah, thank you.
So there we go then, Joni Hagner, race winner and in this particular event. But I'm afraid that is all time that we're going to have here for you today on this broadcast. I want to just give a quick mention, thank you to a couple of people. First of all, Nolan Rempel for joining me on commentary. It was really appreciated him coming along helping us out. Istvan Balo for the track cameras, trackcams22.com for all your track cam needs. Also special mention to Hugo Lewis as well behind the scenes here at Racebot TV for all the work that he did beforehand, because as I did mention at the start of the broadcast, a few little technical problems, but thankfully we were able to bring you the entirety of this race. But I've been Paul Smith, I've been behind the cameras as well as on commentary, and what a season it has been, and the culmination there of the Winter-VLN Endurance Championship 2019-20 presented by Artifact Racing. It was a sensational race. Congratulations to all of your race winners: Swiss German Sim Racing, Litquick Motorsports, Ava Vivatic, Dirk, Kinetic Racing Velocity, and Glacier Racing. Congratulations to all of them. Hopefully we'll see you next season for this brilliant championship. But for myself, Paul Smith, and everybody here at Racebot TV, it's a goodbye.